All right, good evening, everyone. It is April 12th, 2022, and we appreciate everybody who's joining us here in City Hall and everybody who's with us online or on Charter Channel 180. We are gathered here as the Athens-Clarke County Commission and Mayor with some key staff. Our main purpose tonight is for our April work session, but we also have a short special called session just to consider a single item. And so for that purpose, I'll ask Clerk Spratland to do a roll call.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Wright. Denson.
Here.
Poole.
Here.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Handy.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so given that we've got a single item of new business, we have to consider this under suspension of rules. Can I hear a motion for suspension of rules?
So moved. Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport and a second from Commissioner Myers for suspension of rules. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none, we just have this single item. Folks may remember that many moons ago, we entered into an agreement with a private developer regarding work at the Firefly Trail Trailhead on East Broad Street. And as time has gone on, an adjacent project, the Clayton Street revisioning, has seen some amendments, and so those amendments are affecting the sequence of this trailhead. So I'm going to ask Manager Williams just to provide a little more detail for everybody in the viewing audience.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to apologize to the commissioners and the public for the last minute nature of this. But it is an agreement that's been there for some time. Probably what's not well known is with stormwater, there's really two things that you need to pay attention to. And we've got a stormwater master plan that goes back 20 years. And one is, controlling the velocity of the water, and the other is controlling the quality of the water. So all that being said, as the Clayton Street project began in earnest, our staff were searching for ways to improve stormwater quality runoff, the quality of the runoff from Clayton Street. And the staff investigated different alternatives there. In the course of that investigation, and this was after this agreement had been inked with the MARC, it was discovered that there is a considerably large series of culverts underneath the East Broad Street trailhead where some of these hardscape improvements are going to go. And it was identified by staff as a likely candidate to, it's a point where a lot of the stormwater went to, where if we were to install water quality improvements, that would be efficient to do that. And so a year ago, as a matter of fact, the commission set aside $300,000 to, towards future water quality improvements at this actual location. Over the course of the year, they continue to investigate different alternatives. Two things need to happen down there. One is those things were installed over 20 years ago by our best accounts. It needs to be cleaned out. And then there are some water quality structures that will be installed in there, which will require it being dug up and modified. Okay? And so the timing of these two things sort of came together. Staff had been talking with the MARC, whom we have this current agreement with, to see if they would consider amending the hardscape improvements that we had negotiated with them to include these water quality improvements. Well, this is a lot more scope than they had signed up for. And not surprisingly, they said, all things being considered, we'd rather just keep our agreement and as it is. And then as we got, then staff went and got pricing from, Astra, who's doing the work down, as a potential change order. And we recently got that and realized that this was just, we were going to, if the MARC continued on their time trajectory, it was going to, either make it extremely difficult to do the water quality improvements, or we'd have to rip some out to get in there. And so staff went to the MARC and said, look, how can we work this out? And as the agenda item says, they reaffirmed that they had some pretty hard deadlines with their financing, to get all this done. And so what we determined was the easiest thing to do, and Attorney Drake did get a look at this yesterday, is just to have them, they will still pay the same amount that they have an agreement, they'll just transfer the funds to us. Commissioner Link asked a very good question in some of the email back and forth. My concern as well. I think one thing that we really liked about having this agreement with the MARC is that the risk for any construction escalation would have rested with them because, you know, they were kind of on the hook to present. You know, we were sharing costs, but we were going to use their contractor and realize some efficiencies there to do the work. In this case, you know, they're going to transfer the funds, and our on-call contractor for the stormwater quality improvements will do it. So all those improvements, the improvements will get done, and everything will get buttoned up, and the hardscape put into place and not redug if you agree to this amendment to the contract.
All right, any questions for Manager Williams?
Would someone like to make a motion first?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from, we'll give it to Commissioner Davenport. Any input as kind of motion provider?
I know, I read over this carefully, and I think the key factor for me here was that our stormwater project was something that we voted on a year after we had this agreement with the MARC, and it doesn't make much logistical sense to have them finish their stuff, tear it up, and put it down. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and support this.
Commissioner Davenport, any follow-up?
Yeah, Dr. Myers summed it right up.
Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, I had a question about the amendment language. And so under, excuse me, let me find the line. Under D, when it says now therefore, there names the sum of $10 paid for the agreement of the contract. I just wondered if the attorney could explain why that is.
Language like that, when it says now therefore in consideration, sum of $10 paid, another variable consideration, it's just normally standard language, but then later on in the agreement, it talks about the other money.
Okay, yeah.
So that's just, that's legalese.
Okay, sure.
You have to have good consideration for a contract, yeah.
Okay, yeah. We're talking about $100,000.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you just throw 10 in here? That's sweeten the deal. Nice.
2 cups of coffee on top of the hardscape.
Yeah, there we go. My second question was about the revision to the preliminary plans for Clayton Street. This was back in this was last year. And so I just kind of wanted a refresher of my memory. Did that emerge as the result of some sort of just emergent need, or why did we need to update that plan at that time?
Well, if you'll remember, we actually staff actually mocked up the size and location and frequency of the planters. I think that, you know, early on there were some renderings done that may have appeared that we had a lot more space down there than we thought. But once you factor, we reinstalled sidewalk cafes and planters, it got to be really tight real estate. There wasn't a lot of room. And I think once we mocked that up, and there were also some concerns, Commissioner Edwards, I remember, about some of the striping, you know, trying to minimize some of the cross-hatching. And so, like most construction projects, when it gets real close to actually doing it and we look at it again, I think the staff recommended, the commission felt compelled to add some changes, and we went back to T.Y. Lynn and had them make those changes right before construction. So those are the two big things: cutting down on the clutter in the, you know, creating more walking space and congregation space for folks, as well as cleaning up some of the cross-hatching in the street.
Okay, thank you for that. Because I was just wondering why, you know, we hadn't foreseen a potential issue of this sort and sort of, you know, seized an opportunity to work that into the original agreement, but that totally makes sense. I guess the last thing I'll say, I think that answers most of my questions. A lot of them were resolved through reading more thoroughly through the item earlier. But I guess I appreciate, you know, the work staff has done to try to resolve this issue quickly, as well as the time and labor that it would require of them to, you know, dig this up and do it again if we were not to move forward on this evening. I do feel disappointment that our collaborations with stakeholders in our community of this scale can't be honored in this case because a multinational corporation convicted of fraud says that they have to adhere to a timeline to get the right financing. And so I voted against the original easement at the time out of wariness about entering an agreement with them, and also intend to vote no this evening.
Any further input? Commissioner Houle?
Can I pick up?
I'll get to you in just a minute, Commissioner Link, right after Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, two questions. I guess the first thing that strikes me is what's the necessity to act on this tonight as opposed to a week from now or something? It's just unusual to receive something with, barely 24 hours notice.
No, I agree. And looking back on it, pushing till next week probably would have been a better course of action. Now, if they are, so their deadline, according to, being open in time to have folks move in July, which is part of that normal flow of accommodating the students for the housing, would require them to complete these hardscape improvements, all the site improvements by June. That's only 60 days away. So they would pretty much, the urgency comes from, they need to know whether they're going to honor the original agreement and put the hardscape in or not. And so that was the urgency to go ahead and bring it to you to say, which way did you want to go with this? So that's what's creating the urgency.
So I guess to put it a different way, if we were to sit on this for a week, digest it, better understand it, give our attorneys more time to make sense of everything their attorneys are claiming, et cetera, does that in any way render the whole offer moot, or can we, delay action for a week?
Well, we could ask them about that. I guess theoretically they could begin work under the approved agreement, and then as part of the amendment they may say, well, we've already started some of it. I mean, they have to agree to the amendment as well.
Yeah, so I guess
they're a party to this agreement.
That brings me to my other question, and this is part of where some of my concern is we're all frantically figuring this out today by email. But the most recent email we got concludes with you saying this results in a positive financial situation for us, $524, if they commit to honoring their quote. And so I guess I'm curious, what reason do we have to believe that they may not?
So when we say they, we mean the subcontractor who is not the MARC. So the MARC had identified, it's got its contractor, and the contractor, the general contractor that does all the site work, and they hire the subs. And so to Commissioner Link's earlier point, to try as a hedge against, any construction inflation, if we're able to pick up their contractor and just have them do the work, but under our contractor, and they just move the funds over, then really not a great deal has changed. And we've gotten a verbal commitment, but we don't have it in writing.
Okay, so if their subcontractor doesn't honor the quote, we're liable for that instead of them, with this as their subcontractor?
Well, we're not liable, but we would, have our contractor go and find a sub to do it for the best price that they could. Now, and just kind of take everybody back, so what this has to do with was the MARC building out that tower that they had approved through, planning and zoning, and they needed a little extra space that encroached in on the current trailhead, so they needed some temporary construction easement. And so the $51,000 is the appraised value of that. So it would have been, one way of handling this is they would have given us a check 2 years ago for $51,000. We tried to do a win-win for both parties to say, if you're already going to have everything torn up and you've already got a contractor on there, if you would just put your funds towards paying the contractor to do a certain build out, and then we came back with a proposed improvements, and that got priced out at about $100,000. So we said, well, we're going to forego the 51 we put in their pocket. We're going to put it towards making the trailhead even nicer than it was before. So all that doesn't change. They're basically conveying the $51,000, which was the consideration for the temporary construction easement, as opposed to causing their contractor to affect the changes that in this amendment they'll just be handing us the check, in which hopefully we'll keep the same subcontractor and get the work done.
And all this is currently just a verbal agreement, not in writing?
Well, we have a written agreement that we seek to amend with the MARC. As far as the subcontractor, that we've just, our on-call called them and said, hey, would you be willing to work with us on this? And they said yes. That's the extent of that conversation.
Commissioner Link and then Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to the manager for answering my concerns about the potential for construction cost escalation. I'm glad to know that you guys thought that through, and I appreciate staff's work on this. I feel like this is a necessary action, although I did, like Commissioner Parker, I did vote against that initial easement, primarily out of the fear that complications like this might arise when you're dealing with a large corporate development entity who's beholden to assorted other entities and profit, shareholders, investors, subcontractors, et cetera. So I just, in afterthought, I just hope that we'll be a little more aware of that when coming up with these agreements. But I feel like, this is necessary at this point, and things did change with that Clayton Street project, which is extremely complex. So I will be supporting it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton as well?
I came with mixed feelings about this one, and I actually have decided that I was not going to vote for the change. And I don't know if I take things personally or not, but I just don't think, I think that one of our problems with government, we just don't have good partners. We just don't have good partners sometimes. We give, and this is not the first time we've had some issues with the mark. But when you trickle it down to all the people that are going to be affected by our decision, I will vote for this, but somebody needs to send a message to somebody. We're the government, but doggone it, we need to have good partners to make us work properly.
Commissioner Myers?
I just want to clarify for myself again after all this discussion. Right now, if the MARC does what they agreed to do, they would build this out by June. So they can just say, hey, we'll do this. We're just going to follow the agreement in good faith that we signed. So we're actually, we're the ones who initiated this change here. It's not them. We're asking them to do something else, and they have their own timeline with students coming in and loans, which, okay, so I have that right.
You do. You have
Okay.
that correct. If everything proceeds currently as planned, the government will incur more costs in trying to do that work after the hardscape is installed.
Okay, so if we make this change, we are saving money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else before I refer to Commissioner Houle? Go ahead.
So as it's being framed, it seems like it makes sense because we're sort of painted into this corner, But we're initiating the change, but I'm wondering who's forcing this really rapid turnaround. That's the part that's confusing to me. If we've initiated this change, why are they saying, well, you better do this immediately instead of giving us enough time to understand the change that we're making?
Well, staff had asked, the MARC for their suggested language on the amendment, and we had hoped to get that earlier last week. It came in on Friday. They also asked that they be able to notify their subcontractor, in their corporate holdings by the 15th of April, which way we were going to go. They're good to honor the agreement as is. So Commissioner Myers is right. This was our, if it pushes 2 business days, I don't think that's going to be the end of the world. But the substance of of this won't change.
Yeah, I guess it's what's sitting wrong with me right now is, we have this very well-resourced entity who has more attorneys that are probably paid better than any of ours that, give us things on their timeline, on their terms.
We got better attorneys, though.
We have great attorneys. That's not at all me talking. I said better paid.
Be real.
I said they have a legion of attorneys, a legion of attorneys that bully communities like ours. This is a thing, and I think that, if acting on good faith that they want to be a good partner on this particular portion of this project, at least, I would think giving the people on this body requisite time to read and understand what's going on would be a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. So I'm going to make a motion to table till next Tuesday on the 19th.
I'll second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Houle to table, second from Commissioner Parker. Further input, Commissioner Denson?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, question to the manager, and I know that this is probably going to have to be just like a rough estimate, but so we think it might be okay if we table. We're not certain. Correct. That's right. If we were not able to pull this off then after tabling and they built up the trailhead as agreed upon, then we had to go through and demolish that and build out and do the work again. Is there any idea of what the added cost would be to do that work? Would it be almost double, like basically just redoing everything that they've done, or?
Well, it could take one of two forms. Either the contractor would have to work around the hardscape, which is going to cost more, or have to remove portions of the hardscape. About $40,000.
Okay.
Derek says.
Okay, I mean, just with that, and I did read through this also. I spent some time this afternoon. I think most of us did and stuff, and I think I do understand it. I also do wish that the developer was willing to be a little more flexible here, but I don't want to risk. I don't want to risk having to spend an extra $40,000 of taxpayer money just to redo work all over again. So I'll be supporting the original motion.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. And I guess I don't see what's going to change from now, between now and next Tuesday. I mean, we've got the information before us. We've called the special call session. We met the time frame. We understand the fact that if we don't do this, then we're going to go in and tear it back up again, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's just we've got all the information we need to make a sound decision, and a decision that makes sense to amend the amendment so that we can get the 51,000 and do our stormwater stuff, and then let's move on. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have people out there doing work twice and costing this county at least $40,000. So I'm ready to vote tonight.
Just as a quick note, I mean, I've obviously seen lots of public sector projects and private sector projects that we've been involved in as permitter for. Sometimes the logistics of two adjacent projects underway, just yield a result that's not exactly on the synonymous time frame that may have been envisioned years prior. Just the circumstance. I wouldn't make a mountain out of a molehill here. So I don't know if anybody's got any new input, but I'm just ready to move with the pair of motions if everybody else is. All right, go ahead, please, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance to amend the Transportation Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax 2018 program budget so as to provide additional funding for the project number 6, Firefly Trail Sub-Project number 1, East Broad Street Trailhead, and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. All right, motion on the floor is a table. Clerk Spratling will begin with Commissioner Houle. Thank you.
Houle,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
No?
Parker,
Yes.
Link,
No.
Denson.
No.
2 yes, 7 no.
All right, we'll return then to the original motion that Commissioner Myers made.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Yes?
Parker,
No.
Link,
Yes.
Wright, Denson,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Houle.
Yes.
Okay. 8 yes, 1 no.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. I think Manager Williams had just one additional note.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate your understanding and patience. And I will say, there is a lot of capital project delivery going on right now. In addition to kickstarting 2/3 of the SPLOST 2020 projects off, I do want to say, with regards to partners, in the past we've done some additions to the Classic Center with the Classic Center Authority, I remember on North Avenue that we had a partnership with Advantage, but typically we don't have the outside partnerships in pretty complex vertical development. One of those you'll hear tonight with the Athens Neighborhood Health Center. We've got a partnership with the food bank right now. We've got a partnership with Advantage on the mental health facility. The Classic Center, of course, the Housing Authority at Bethel. So sort of unprecedented times. We've got a lot of good partnerships going on with a lot of good construction and a lot of moving parts. Each one of those are slightly different about who's holding contracts and things of that nature. So staff's trying to manage all that, and I do appreciate your patience on this particular item. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Manager Williams. All right, motion to adjourn special called session. We got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a second from Commissioner Hool. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are now ready to move into the primary purpose of our evening, which is our second Tuesday of the month work session. We have 6 items on the agenda tonight. Public art regarding the Classic Center Arena, the Athens Neighborhood Health Center expansion, the Athens Justice and Memory Project, Linnentown, particularly regarding the streetscape on Baxter, the Complete Streets Policy revision, our benefits and wellness presentation from HR staff, and then finally our annual presentation regarding the Community Development Block Grant Program for funding recommendations. So I believe first item being the Classic Center Arena public art type and location is going to be presented primarily by Robert Cheshire. So thanks, Robert. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, I'm just going to do a little bit of it, but for those that are watching and listening tonight and may not be familiar with some of the processes, once a SPLOST or a TSPLOST project is deemed appropriate for public art, then the next step or the next check-in point with this body will be your consideration of the location and the type of public art. So tonight we have John Semino and Tatiana Veneruso, and they're going to present with the user group and the Athens Cultural Affairs, I always try to say art right there, but Athens Cultural Affairs Commission, what their recommendations are for the location and the types of public art at the Classic Center Arena. So I'm going to turn it over to John.
Thank you, Robert. I'm John Semino with the SPLOST management team, and we're going to run through the Classic Center Arena type and location for public art. So first off, agenda and purpose. The purpose, as was mentioned, is to recommend the public art locations and types on the Classic Center Arena. And then the agenda for the meeting will be to run through the history first, then the proposed sites for public art, some examples of public arts that have been done in the past, and then a summary, and then open it up for questions. So first off, history. As Robert mentioned, on June 1st, 2021, the Mayor and Commission approved recommendations by the Athens Cultural Affairs Commission that the Classic Center is appropriate for public art. So that kind of got the ball rolling for us to start. First, on December 15th, we held a joint meeting with the user group and ACAC to discuss public art locations and types. So ACAC came with a presentation. We all discussed what would be appropriate for the arena. And then from there, the user group met on February 2nd, 2022, just to kind of digest the information that ACAC had presented and talk about what they would recommend for locations and kind of finalize the recommendation. And then on February 16th, a joint meeting was held between the user group and ACAC again to discuss and finalize those public art locations. And the user group and ACAC both unanimously agreed on the locations and types that we're presenting today in that meeting. And just a refresher, the budget for public art for the project is $320,846, and that's based off of the amount of money going to construction from SPLOST. And so now we'll run through the proposed sites for public art on the Classic Center Arena, and I'll just lead off by giving a quick layout of a rundown of where we're at. So the portion that's bubbled in red is the Foundry Street Plaza, so that you can see Foundry Street there on the left, and that'll kind of be the main entrance plaza to the arena. And when you take that left turn coming off of that plaza, that'll be your main entrance, all those doors there, where that red arrow is. So that'll be the main entrance, and then this is all an elevated plaza up at Foundry Street, and then you'll see I'm blanking on the name of that street. Willow Street? No. Hickory Street. Yeah. Hickory Street right there. You see the multimodal center down to the south of the arena. And that's the arena, of course, right there. So I'll pass it over to Tatiana to present the public art.
Okay, so you can see here, yeah. So I presented to the user group with ACAC some examples of public art, just to give them a general idea of some of the things that can be done on the various sites. So we showed some ideas, examples of gateway art. Here's one in St. Petersburg, Florida, that is a woven piece that's suspended in the air, but it creates kind of a lit gathering place. Some other gateway art examples. Here's some sculptural examples, and again, these are for that that plaza area. These are some examples of creative lighting that can be done to create a gateway and a landmark on that exterior plaza. And of course, we have some murals for those exterior wall sites and interior wall sites. Here is an example of a traditional mural that has augmented reality capabilities. So just giving the user group some ideas beyond what's traditional. With the size of the budget, we can do some unprecedented things we haven't done before. For those that aren't familiar with augmented reality, this piece, for example, can be enjoyed just as a traditional mural, or you can scan one of the QR codes around the building and look at it through your phone, and the elements in the mural start to come to life and animate. So it can be sort of a combination of traditional and non-traditional methods. Here we have some examples of tile and mosaic art, the one on the left, of course, being our recent heron sighting mosaic installed at Dudley Park. And another type of wall art that could be done on this project is projection art, so something that would be not necessarily installed permanently on the building, but a apparatus that would project a variety of images. So in summary, there were 4 sites that were identified for public art in the arena. Wall art on the exterior of the building, both the top and bottom levels, so that's number 1 and 2. Wall art on the interior wall when you come in, and then 3-dimensional gateway art on that exterior plaza. And just to give an idea of next steps, if the Mayor and Commission approves the type and location for art, we'll go on to draft an RFQ or an RFP for these projects and identify the individual budgets from the larger budget, and then go on to do a call and a selection process. So, any questions or?
Commissioner Edwards?
I'm really excited to see the progression of this arena project, especially with the art you presented. I think we're blessed in this community to have so many talented artists, and we have artists that serve the community on this board, the ACCAC, and I'm just very pleased with the work that this board has been doing for the past 5-10 years. I mean, the projects have just been phenomenal. I was in Dudley Park the other day. That beautiful flower bench that's there is just a really cool piece. There's people hanging around it everywhere. We just live in a great town. I'm so thankful that artists working hand in hand with the government to allocate funds in this way. It's really a great thing about this city. I love the idea of sculpture somewhere, especially like a climbable, interactive sculpture I think is always fun, just for me, especially the way that children can engage with the art always creates a fun spot. So thanks for all your work, and this is going to be a great project.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Edwards.
Mr. Parker?
Actually, I'm still formulating my question somewhat, so I think I'll follow up with Tatiana via email, actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to extol the virtues of art? Commissioner Denson?
I will extol and agree with everything that Commissioner Edwards said about the ACAC. Definitely great work. My one thing, and I'm certain that this is being thought about, the three-dimensional gateway part of it. One of my concerns about just the way that the arena is going to be sitting down there kind of on the edge of downtown is that this plaza, right now where this plaza is, it's very hard to see and find. If you are not aware of it, it is a hard thing to get to even know it exists. One of the concerns I've always had about the bridge that goes over to the multi-transit center is most people don't know it's there, how to get there. So I love the idea of the gateway and just of having something that is, I mean, I know there's some examples here of things that light up that are bright. I don't know that at nighttime really going to bring attention to, like, this is where you enter in, and try to bring people over to it, because I think that's going to be, it's one of the things like I'm concerned about, just way that the Classic Center acts a bit of a wall kind of to this area right now. So.
Yeah, and that's the idea, is that this would kind of create a landmark, a real identifying piece for the arena. Yeah.
Okay, so I know I'm kind of jumping the gun on this, but when I think of Athens and the Classic City, I think of columns. So just an idea, not just for the artists, the potential artists out there. Columns, colorful columns decorated in different forms that are lit in the gateway, where, just an idea. Just to think about.
I like it.
You can answer the RFP.
Right? I'm writing all this down.
Commissioner Davenport's next endeavor.
That's it.
Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, I think I figured out my question, so I might as well ask. So, the budget for public art is always determined as a percentage of the SPLOST funds set aside. And as I was observing some of the, potential art types for this, I was wondering how this budget informs or constrains what you all imagine we can do for public art in a specific space. For example, if we only had, $300,000, to me is a lot of money,
Sure.
which is great, which is awesome that, we need art. But does that kind of allow you all to think bigger in terms of what sorts of things we can install? And also, how does that, well, let's start there and I'll come back to the second thing.
It's a great question. With a budget of this size, I would imagine that the majority of the budget would be spent on that gateway piece, because generally three-dimensional pieces, especially if it's something made of steel or other, very expensive construction materials, that would be needed to create a piece of that scale and that magnitude, whereas the wall art pieces would probably have a smaller budget by comparison. ACAC normally divides the sub-projects of the budget, but just in initial conversations, we've been saying probably about $200,000 should be spent on that gateway piece, and $50,000 to $60,000 on the wall art pieces.
Okay. I like your nails, by the way.
Thank you.
And my second question was, so this may have come up before in previous agenda items. I just wanted a refresher here.
Sure.
So when you put out a call for proposals, artists submit their projected budget for materials as well as costs of labor as part of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's
they're the
all
ones
inclusive.
determining how much they should be paid for.
Well, the budget is the budget for the project.
Right.
And what an artist can do with that budget really depends on the artist and their vision and what materials they use and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So,
And this, I think that's it for now. Thank you. Yeah.
well, any follow-up questions?
Commissioner Houle?
Thanks, y'all are fantastic. 2 cents real quick is I really like that a lot of what you're presenting, especially with the sculptures, are things that light up the night. We don't have a whole lot of art in Athens that does that, so I'd love to see things go in that direction, which I'm guessing is what you're implying here, but if it comes down to deciding, that's my 2 cents. We need more things that light up the night in Athens.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I add something?
Yeah, Commissioner Link.
Yes. Tatiana, thank you and to the whole Cultural Affairs Commission for participating in this process. I really like these concepts, and the gateway concept I feel is particularly intriguing because, like Commissioner Denson said, that plaza is kind of going to be elevated out of the way. So having a really large piece that hovers over the general cityscape, I guess. I think will help attract attention up there, maybe draw more people up there, because this is a public building and it's very much a public space, and we want the general public to be able to enjoy it, even if they can't afford the ticket price to get into the events at the arena. I really, really want to make sure that the general space around this building is continually inviting to the public, and I think that, you know, a major way we can do this is through public art.
Yes, absolutely. And ACAC felt very strongly that the majority of the budget should be spent on the exterior of the building. And even the interior piece in the entrance will be visible from the exterior, even if you're not inside. So it's going to be lit up at night, so when you're on that exterior plaza, you'll still be able to see that interior wall art.
Thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I'm thinking about this, and I love, I'm not an artist, but I love public art and the joy and the playfulness that it brings to the landscape. But the art that's inside, I mean, I'm assuming that there's going to be other art in the building.
Right.
You know, there's other wall that are part of the budget. Is that, I mean, how does that work out? I don't understand that. Like, you're not going to just have empty hallways. There's going to be things on the wall. Fixtures.
And then there's a lot of music display space interior to the arena,
Right.
too. You might know that UGA holds the former Music Hall of Fame facilities collection, and so I anticipate that a lot of that will be displayed interior to the arena.
Yes. There's going to be a lot of spaces in the interior that I imagine will have art. The Classic Center has a wonderful relationship with artists, and they have their cultural foundation that does a lot of procuring of art as well. But being that this is public art and the majority of the interior space is going to be for ticket holders, it was important that the bulk of that budget be spent on the exterior where the community can enjoy it regardless of having tickets. So.
Great.
Yeah, and some of what Tatiana said, that there'll be two-story windows here, so it'll be visible from the outside, so the public can continue to enjoy it here. And with the Music Hall of Fame being there, we thought it'd be really just kind of a statement piece to have a Georgia music history mural as you walked in that was commissioned in public art. So I thought that was
Yes.
kind of the thought behind it.
And apologies, John, I skipped over the theme. So the recommendation with the user group and ACAC was to not have a theme for those exterior pieces, just to kind of leave it more open-ended, but that interior wall mural would have a Georgia music history theme.
It's great, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we're changing, I'm remembering the last time that I think there were lights nearby. It was just downriver when O'Malley's was on the river. If anybody remembers the Halcyon days, 1995, and the disco beats and the skylights that emanated from there. Gene, you remember those? Oh yeah, and Manager Williams is recalling the drink specials from that era as well.
Did Carl Jordan, did he shut down those lights at O'Malley's?
Single-handedly, Carl Jordan unplugged them.
Shut them down.
All right, coming up, we have the Athens Neighborhood Health Center expansion. We've approved the MOU with the Neighborhood Health Center, but we now have some schematics that we're going to be able to take a look at. Very excited about the expansion and service offerings that you'll see. So we have Marcus Garner, who's CEO of the Athens Neighborhood Health Center, Katrina Evans, who is with E&E Architecture, and Gavin Hassemer from Central Services. So Marcus, good to see you, sir.
Nice seeing you. Thank you very much. Good evening to everyone. Today we're going to like to present, and first of all, on behalf of the staff and the board members, we really appreciate having this opportunity to expand the services throughout Athens-Clarke County. I have with me my CFO, John Wolf, and we're very appreciative of being here. We want to start out far as the purpose is to review the project schematics and propose an approach to and expanding Athens Neighborhood Health Center. The purpose of the expansion is to reach more patients and provide additional services. As you see in the outline, I will give an overview, and then we will enter to the project history, concept, and schematics, and the MOU and binding agreement and next steps. As many of you all know, Athens Neighborhood Health Center is a federal qualified health center. That being said, we receive federal resources to provide primary care health services to all individuals regardless of their ability to pay. We have a location on College Avenue and another location at Hillsman Health Center, and of course the reason why we're here today, McKinley Drive. At our locations, we provide the following services: primary health care, pediatrics, acute and chronic illness care, immunization, family planning, laboratory testing, on-site pharmacy, COVID testing and vaccination. And what we're proposing to expand will provide additional services to this particular site, dentistry and behavioral health services. As you see, we put together a column. The column on your left is basically, we compiled the data that we have to submit to the federal government each year in February. And then we propose on the right, if as far as expanding the services, as far as estimate numbers. As you see, last year, we served over 7,000 patients. And we feel with the proposed expansion, we will serve additional 2,500 patients. At the McKinley site, we normally average about 30 to 35% of that patient population. So that's how we were able to determine that we're basically doubling our patient size, and that's how we came up with the 2,500 patients. The visits, overall, we served over 28,000 last year, and at the McKinley site, we served over 8,700. With the proposed expansion, we see that it'll be additional 6,800 total visits, and we broke that out as far as medical visits and labs, 750 behavioral health visits, and 1,700 dental visits. Currently, we have 6 providers there. 3 of them are our lead pharmacists, and we have 2 part-time pharmacists. And the other providers, we have a family medicine provider and a family nurse practitioner and a pediatrician. With this particular, what we're proposing, we see that we will have the capacity to have a licensed clinical social worker, and then a dentist and a dental hygienist, of course, an assistant as well. And then we will include, we'll add 2 more medical providers, which will be, we're proposing now is a nurse practitioner and a doctor. Currently, our pharmacy, we provide over 3,300 scripts per month. And with the expansion and renovation, we see that, and in talking to the pharmacists, feel like that we could add additional 1,000 scripts per month with this addition and renovations. Our project timeline is starting the fall of 2019. I present this to our board. We felt like that we needed to expand our services as well as facility, and they approved, and then from there we did present to Athens-Clarke County, because of course it's Athens-Clarke County building. And we we have the opportunity to provide any type of renovation or expansion there, which would happen the fall of 2020, and it was approved. And then in April 13, 2021, we partnered with E&E Architect and W&A Engineering. And then we were very fortunate in 2021, we had the opportunity to submit a HRSA grant that allowed additional capital improvement. And the city was very instrumental in helping us to receive those dollars as far as submitting a letter of support, in which we were able to leverage additional $574,000 to our funds that we were going to apply to the expansion. And then in October 2021, the site plan submitted to plans review. And then January 4th of this year, you all approved the project and concept and MOU. And then on March 16th, the building plans were submitted to plans review.
So this slide is what y'all saw in January. And really the drawings have remained true to this. We have the addition on the top and the existing on the bottom. Zooming back out, just a recap of where this project is going. We have the community center on the left side, goes parking, community center, the health center is in the middle, and then the dance center is on the right. There's parking kind of left, right, and center, and then there's a bus stop at the bottom of the site. So fortunately, behind the existing facility, there's basically a field, and then there's a tree line. And so we were able to site the addition in between the tree line and the existing building. So the existing building was built almost 25 years ago, just under 5,000 square feet. And as you can see from Marcus's numbers, they do a lot of good work in that building. The red arrow on the right is a bottleneck where patients are entering and exiting that location. And then the sort of jogging arrow on the left is the pharmacy, and just an oddity of the building is you have to walk through 4 different doors to get to the pharmacy. So part of the project will improve the patient flow, and you'll have 1 door to get to the pharmacy. But programmatically, this is going to add 4,000 square feet and change. We're adding more than doubling the exam room capacity, so 9 exam rooms, 3 dental operatories, x-ray, mental health. Staff space is really non-existent in the existing building, so this is a welcome addition to the building. The pharmacy is actually growing a little bit, and there's some miscellaneous other renovations inside the building. So the phasing, it's a phased building. Phase 1 is the primary addition. Once that's complete, we'll flip to the inside, and whatever is 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, that's really going to be determined once we have a construction manager on board. Existing elevations, the existing building is fairly modest. It's built with materials of integrity though, so for which is primarily brick, asphalt shingle, roofing, and the lower left photo is kind of that field behind the building where we'll be adding on. There's an existing window and a doorway which allow us to kind of tie on in a pretty easy way. And so our proposed elevations were reserving our desire to make an architectural statement, and we're really going to kind of blend with the existing building. We've matched existing brick, mortar, and things like that, so it's really going to be fairly cohesive. And I think I'll turn it to Gavin.
So as we move to that next phase, which is the binding agreement, as Katrina mentioned, all of you signed off on the MOU at the beginning of the year and the concept. Now we've moved on to a more binding agreement, and with that comes more detail. And so what this chart is basically describing to you is based on a couple focus areas like lease term, project management, funding, insurance, and bid, how it differs from the MOU as we move into a binding agreement. With regard to the lease term, there is no changes that will occur as we move into that agreement. Same with project management. As far as funding, there is no changes to the actual funding source, but what we've now detailed in the binding agreement that you will see at your next agenda setting meeting is details for the escrow review as well as payments, how the contingency is expected to work and what that amount is, and how it will also decrease as the project progresses. As far as insurance, we've provided details on the levels of coverage required. And once we get into the bid and contract phase, there's really no change in the requirement for this to have public bids. What we've gone and done in the binding agreement is specify how bonds are to be transferable, how warranty requirements will work. We've expressed that time is of the essence with this project, and we've also identified some of the project deliverables. So next steps as we go forward, as I said, you all will see this at your next agenda setting meeting to consider those project schematics that you saw as well as that binding agreement draft. The plans review is currently ongoing with regard to the building. The site has already been approved. I think Katrina and her staff are wrapping that up as we speak. So we're expecting that to be approved in the coming days or weeks. Once the mayor and commission move on and approve the project schematics and binding agreement, that would really allow them to go to project bid. Once we initiate the project bid, we'll expect those escrow funds to go into an account, and that's really the signal that we need that this project is a go. From there, we can go ahead and give them the opportunity to enter into a contract for construction and initiate the work. And we'll certainly answer any questions that you all have. Thank you.
Thanks, Gavin. I think I'm ready to schedule a dental appointment.
Those luxury bones.
Yes, Commissioner Parker.
I just wanted to say thank you all for your work. I'm super excited about this expansion. Dr. Esha was my son's pediatrician, so I'm excited for more families getting to take advantage of getting them luxury bones taken care of, and also particularly the mental health services. We've been investing a lot in addressing acute mental health crisis, but catching people before they slip through having those consistent connections with a mental health provider, I think is excellent. So thanks so much. I can't wait to sign off and get this thing going.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker, or Thornton, I'm sorry.
I'd also commend staff and the Neighborhood Health Center for having that vision. I didn't realize it was 25 years ago that that building was built, and the need is ever growing, the mental health and the dental. So you're really keeping up with what the bigger medical institutions are doing, but at a very affordable and local area. I am a patient. I have the best service there, and I'm just excited about this. We don't do a lot of things that I get really excited about, but this is awesome.
Thank you. Commissioner Houle.
Trying to spend too much time extolling the virtues of everything, as the Mayor Gertz likes to say, but I do want to praise y'all for having some wonderful facilities that I've also benefited from, and many people I know have. I did have one question about the design. So I did note that there are some restrooms that I think are probably the most public-facing ones that are, gendered as men's and women's restrooms, and I'm wondering in the remodeling that's happening in Phase 2B if there's a consideration of modifying those to be a more inclusive restroom area, if that's been considered, and if so.
We can certainly look at that. We do have 4 all-gendered restrooms that are available, but that's something that we can certainly discuss.
Okay, thanks. That's the only technical question I had, but I do want to just end on thanking you all again for having some wonderful programming there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the work you all do. We really are excited about the opportunity to expand services in the county.
Can I add something?
Yeah, please, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gardiner. I really appreciate your, you and your staff and your pursuit of this opportunity. If we've learned anything in the past couple of years, it's how crucial access to health care is. And I've used Athens Neighborhood Health Center services myself from time to time. So I really think this is a necessary addition to our community, and I'm super excited about the mental health care access, and I also really appreciate the fact that y'all have gone with a local architect. We have really talented architects in our community, and it's good to see them get some local work.
We appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Ms. Evans' kids thank us as well.
Just another quick thank you from over here, and I want to do like a shout out for the work you're doing in the dental work as well. I visited with the homeless encampment and was talking to an individual there who is really psyched about getting jobs, but he has real teeth problems. And I realized that how, it doesn't seem as critical as some other areas, but for this gentleman, if he's not able to access dental health, it's really going to limit the kind of job opportunity he can have in working with the public. So I'm really excited about that as well. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Commissioner. All right, y'all go forth and do well.
All right,
really appreciate it. All right, I'm excited that we have coming to fruition one of the physical representations that was first embodied in the resolution that this body approved well over a year ago regarding the Linnentown neighborhood. And so we have representing the Athens Justice and Memory Project, not only our inclusion officer, Selah Gardiner, but also Dr. Jen Rice and Hattie Whitehead. So excited to hear about the work as it proceeds.
Hello, thank you for having us. We are very excited to have reached this point in the process. We are here, I'm here on behalf of the Athens Justice and Memory Project, which was appointed by Mayor Gertz on June 25th, 2020. The charge for this advisory board is to work with Linnentown residents, historians, economists, and other stakeholders to atone for the removal of the Linnentown neighborhood for the benefit of those residents and their descendants, while providing a model process for coming projects with other residents whose neighborhoods were removed and destroyed, or whose lives were diminished in quality through the efforts of Athens-Clarke County Unified Government or its predecessors, the City of Athens and Clarke County. The work that has been done here has been led, it's a resident-led project, and today we are here to present the project design concept for the Walk of Recognition, and to also give an update to the full body on the committee's work. And with that, I will present Dr. Jennifer Rice and Ms. Hattie Thomas Whitehead.
Thank you, Selah. All right, good evening. Thank you all. It's exciting to be here. We even want to talk to you for a minute, so it's great to finally be here. It really is an honor to be on this this committee and this project, and really exciting day for us. We're really proud of the work we've done here and excited to talk with y'all. And there are really a lot of people who I am going to thank. I'm going to take a minute because this has been a long effort with a lot of people. So of course our whole AJMP team, which you'll be hearing more about today, the Linnentown descendants, of course Ms. Whitehead and Mr. Crook. Selah has been here through the whole project, helping us, the entire inclusion office. Stephanie has been here, Manager Williams, Assistant Manager Jones, Attorneys Drake and Hines, and then Dr. Lynn Saunders-Bussell back there, who is here today and has worked with over 100 community members, Clarke County K through 12 students, and UGA students, along with the descendants in the committee thus far. So thank you all. There's really a lot of work here. So as Selah just mentioned, this is who we are. You can see our members listed here. We have descendants. We have myself, Charlene. We have Commissioners Hamby, Commissioners Parker. And we've been meeting pretty much monthly. This is our first in-person gathering, actually. We've been meeting on WebEx since September 2020. So as we have a lot to report to you. I'll be talking first about our Linnentown Walk of Recognition recommendation. We have a completed concept design. It really is pretty much ready to go with your check or vote or whatever it is. And then Ms. Hattie will be speaking about the Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures. That concept's still in development, but our advisory committee has some good ideas of what that should look like moving forward. So the Linnentown Walk of Recognition, it's a broad concept. It is composed of 3 historical informational signs. I'll show you more about that in a moment. So 3, like think about the signs you encounter in various formats where you're learning about history or culture or something like that. And then one really exciting part of that is our artistic installation, which is the Linnentown Mosaic, the Mosaic Project, which we've been working on now for several months. Our purpose here is to remember, honor, and teach about Linnentown and urban renewal, right? This was central to the charge our committee was given, our project was given. It's located along Fenley Street. It's on the west side of Fenley, and it's south of Baxter. And this is, these points that you'll see in a moment would have been the easternmost edge of the Linnentown neighborhood, which we've had a great experience of touring multiple times with Miss Hattie and others. This came from inspiration that was somewhat happenstance, but also really exciting, is the Sweet Auburn Avenue project. It's a history and culture project in Atlanta along Auburn Avenue, which is, of course, the center of civil rights. It's Martin Luther King Jr.'s neighborhood growing up. And the city has really invested a lot in making sure this is a place people can come and learn and experience and engage with that community. So you see here, they just redid some historical signage along that street that's really bright and colorful. ours can look how we want it. There's another sign there, so it talks about things in the neighborhood that would have been important and are still important for us to know and to honor and to think about. And then you encounter the mural of John Lewis, right? Really a powerful artistic representation there, which was the inspiration for what we'll have, which is a mosaic. So that was really, I took a trip there with my son shortly after the passing of Representative Lewis, and just really found it to be a really powerful experience, and we kind of just took it and ran with it in our committee. There's another example I've recently been made aware of in North Carolina. This is a park that has an artistic installation honoring a community that was also erased through urban renewal. So we have examples. Ours is unique to our community, but we do see communities that are doing this. So here's the entire concept, the walk of recognition. Point 1 there, it says community created mosaic. This is, sometimes we say public art, but we're using it slightly differently than the previous presentation. We're talking about participatory community artwork. So this is a process of having the community from start to finish, conceptualizing the design, actually making the mosaic pieces, and actually installing the mosaic. And that is Dr. Lynn Sander-Bussel's expertise. She has experience, she's done these before. And that'll be the first point there. You see point 1. Near the corner of Baxter and Fenley. Then points 2, 3, and 4 are the signage. So that's where you get the chance to kind of do the learning. They'll be interactive, hopefully through some kind of fancy technology. But there are 4 points, so people can come to this place, they can park somewhere, and they can walk along this. And it's not that far, but it's far enough that it's an experience. So the mosaic is the part we've really been developing the most, because it's sort of the most important in terms of its community engagement, the relationships we're building. It is a public art project, but again, more appropriately, a participatory community art project. We've had extensive input from the descendants, the Linnentown descendants, and the community, and we'll continue to have that. It will be not only designed, which we've already been doing, but built with help from community members. So, I mean, like I've said this before, but people can come out and actually help install the mosaic. We have had really generous funding and support from the government, ACC Gov, and we're going to build this in the right-of-way. So it's just sort of right there between the sidewalk and the street. There's a right-of-way. And we'll return to you with a final design. I'm about to show you some sort of preliminary designs, but we'll come back to you, we believe, in August with a final design. Mosaics, as a reminder, are made of pieces of tile and mirror and other objects where you have pieces, you put them together, and they create images when you sort of stand back. In our case, we have 2 main components. Base structure, that's something then the second part where we put the mosaic pieces on. It's the artwork and the imagery, and we have these around town, right? Christia and others. Okay, so we have several key groups. You have these in your notes. Dr. Bussell is an art education professor, public participatory art expert, has done this before, has been leading this process and moving us through how to keep this community oriented to the end, to the thing it's all the way built. It's about creating relationships, trust, it's educational moments. It's really, really a unique thing that, to my knowledge, we haven't done here before on a public art project. I'm serving as an AJMP member. I'm also an urban geographer, so I know something about this. I do a lot of community engagement. We have, again, as I mentioned, our descendants, our staff, our committee, and then residents and community members. So we've had 2 classes that we've been able to integrate. Last fall, myself and Dr. Bussell taught a graduate class. They were wonderful. We had 14 students from across campus. Really wonderful group. They did research on Linnentown. They met with descendants. They met with city staff to understand what we need to think about in terms of installing a mosaic. They did 2 community workshops. We had people come out, hands-on activities to think about what do we want to see in this mosaic. And they created a general concept design that I'll show you in a moment. And Dr. Bussell is currently working with an undergraduate class on curriculum development, and they are actually going into middle school and high school classrooms as we speak in Clarke County and teaching and doing these hands-on art projects with the students, and they're creating pieces that will be in the mosaic. Here's our class from last semester. We don't have one from this semester. They're just really a wonderful group. Congratulations for all the work you did. Thank you for all the work you did. We have social media. So here's where it'll be located, the mosaic, right? Just zeroing in on this a bit more. This is the street view at the southwest corner of Baxter and Fenley. This is the street view. We'll have to have a mosaic that's pretty, it can't be too intricate on this side, so the design has it say, remember Linnentown, because you're driving past it. So you can't have a lot of intricate artwork. So it'll say, remember Linnentown. But this side, where the sidewalk is, we can have a lot of artwork. We can have a lot of kind of like things you can interact with or think about, or different sort of size pictures and images that are coming together. We will have to remove a couple trees. I'll plant another one somewhere else to make up for it.
They're just crepe myrtles, though.
Yeah, I know. They're not. Yeah, they're
Cut 'em down.
yeah. Okay, great. We have check on that. So just real quick, the workshops are important. I don't want to just blow past these. These are what make it participatory community art. This is why it's a process. This is why it's about atonement, education, relationship building. We did 2 workshops. You see them there last fall. We met with the descendants and gave them preliminary designs last December and got really wonderful feedback. We've met with the Selah, the Association for the Study of the African American Life and History, last December. The workshops are currently taking place with 6th through 12th graders, and there'll be more workshops in the future to actually create the mosaic pieces. This is in our charge. It's also in the resolutions, the Linnentown resolutions, so we do have clear authority to do this work. We have been talking about this in the AJMP meetings from the beginning, since 2020. We've deliberated on this. We've tried to keep everybody up to date, and we're excited to formally get to share that with you today. So really quickly, the artwork, then we'll take your questions on this part. This is actually a drawing a student in our class from last fall made. It's not at all the final design, but it is representative of the feedback we were getting from the community, from the descendants. So it's a structure, as you see there. You see on the front there, it has, if you can see, when you look at it closely, it has a progression of a story. On the left, it captures life in Linnentown. So there's a swing over, which you'll hear stories like from Ms. Hattie and others about a swing over the creek. You'll see clotheslines. You'll see the kind of houses that were there. Then you see in the middle, there's a gash, right? So there's this red gash, which symbolizes the destruction of urban renewal. And then as we move to the right, there's sort of more present day advocacy, recognition. And those 3 phases are critical to the concept design. We want all 3 of the phases of the story told. They are all important, and they're all part of the experience. And then remember Linnentown on the street side. Okay, so these are the structures that through actually an iterative process that we came up with. We haven't picked the final one. We wanted to hear from y'all, and there's a little bit more work to do. But you'll see here, these are the base structure we have to build first. They allow for the progression of the story. The steps and the shape on some of them mimic a shotgun house and porches. The gash is urban renewal. And then artwork, our students have been mocking up. These are the kinds of things that might appear. So nature or daily life in Linnentown. You see there just chickens, things like that. But then we see the destruction of urban renewal. That would be depicted at some point. And then we have present day activism. So what do we need from you guys? We have a few next steps. We need to hire an interpretive graphic design firm to create the historical signage. As I understand it, that's an RFP process. We need to formalize Dr. Bussel's role to project completion to keep that participatory community art going, to keep the relationships and the trust that's been built there with the countless hours Dr. Bussel has done. We understand an MOU process. We need to hire a program, I should say project manager, for site logistics of mosaic installation. We understand that's an RFQ, somebody who supports the work, somebody who supports the actual getting this thing built. And we're working on a timeline for you guys, and we will come back in August with a final single drawing of what the mosaic will look like. And I probably went over my time, but this is the first part. Ms. Hattie will be speaking about the second recommendation, but I can take questions on this. Yes.
Hey, thank you so much for this great presentation. I'm super excited about this. Thank you for all of your hard work and everyone on the committee and the staff that support us. I was absent from our last meeting, and so I'm not sure if this came up.
Okay.
But I, based on what my understanding of that meeting and subsequent conversations, and then now seeing this presentation, I just wanted to ask about Dr. Bussel's formal role in the project moving forward. So we will be asked to approve a memorandum of understanding with whom to formalize her participation in the project.
And please step in if you need to, but we understand now we need a more formal arrangement that allows there to be a formal contract that has not been in place for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
So we're working on that, but do you want to speak more to that? It's a bit beyond my...
Sure. So in our most recent meeting last week, I believe the pathway that was identified with Dr. Rice, Dr. Bussel, Ms. Hattie, manager's office, attorney's office was an intergovernmental agreement, actually, between ACC Gov and UGA to move forward with this mosaic.
Okay, so for Dr. Belson's participation, we have to enter into agreement with the university.
It appears that way.
Yes.
Okay, could I get more information on why that is? Is that perhaps something for like a follow-up email or?
You were.
Okay.
Procurement related.
Procurement related? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it struck me as curious given that Dr. Rice has been a participant in this process throughout, bringing in her expertise as a geographer, but also just as a member of our community. I cares deeply about this issue. So I just wondered how that varied from the ways that we've engaged with other subject matter experts in our community in this process previously.
Well, if we can't, excuse me, Gavin.
Tight over here.
We want an MOU, but this team is, and this whole process of what we are doing is new and different. And it's community-led. So sometimes this is what has always happened is an MOU. But if we cannot get an MOU, then we're going to have to look at other avenues on how to get this work done. This is uncharted, it's different. And we have worked together, this team has worked together real hard to get to where we are, talking about race and justice and going for atonements. So, like I said, a MOU is what has been standard, but if we cannot get there in a length of time with a standard MOU, we have to find another way. We're gonna have to work together like we have since we were formed by the mayor, and we will get there because we are in uncharted waters and we have to do new things different to get to where we want to go with this team and what we're trying to do, because we all know that UGA is not at the table. Let's just say it. Okay? Thank you.
Follow up and then Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, so we've got next steps here. I was wondering if you also had I see. So we'll have an August work session to approve the final schematic design.
Yeah.
So, but there's no timeline for the other elements of our next steps, like hiring the interpretive graphic design firm.
I mean, I think we're pretty almost ready to go on the RFP, correct, Selah?
Yes, so the RFP is actually already pending. We'll move towards hopefully the agenda setting and pending your approval in the May 3rd vote. We are teeing that up to send out for the historical interpretive design signs through our finance department and through procurement. The piece that's still in flux is the intergovernmental agreement. In this process, the committee has identified that they did not want to go the sole proprietor artist route through the traditional RFP process where you call for a bid for artists, similar to what the first project presented. So as we're trying to find other methods to incorporate this community participatory art piece into this mosaic, at the most recent meeting that we had, it was for procurement, essentially, to ensure that we can keep this participatory and then also hopefully have UGA at the table, since this is, although it's in the ACC Gov right of way, we are going to be directly right next to UGA's property. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. I look forward to following up via email for clarification on the necessity of the memorandum of understanding with UGA.
Commissioner Davenport?
I'm a big fan of trees. So make sure that those trees, whether they're crepe myrtles or not. I know you guys probably looked into this, but just that's a steep hill and you put art. Did y'all consider elevation?
So part of this process will definitely be bringing on an engineering and construction firm to do the pad in which the base does not exist. So we'll have to procure engineering services in order to ensure that it's safe, that the line of sight is proper, that's the height, the weight. the length. So in the August work session, that's when we'll be coming back with those schematic designs. So this is really just the art type, the location, and the style in which we're presenting these recommendations from the Athens Justice and Memory team to you for your feedback. And we will then come back with all of those details finalized so that you're able to see one structure, how big it is, how wide it is, and what the mosaic on that structure will actually look like.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dance?
Thank you. And thank you all and the whole Memory and Justice team for doing this. Like Miss Hattie said, this is something new. And I think y'all are paving the way for not only how Athens-Clarke County can hopefully do things in the future when we're trying to fix what's been done, but also for other communities. So I really appreciate this. I think this is a huge moment, and I can't wait for this to be moving forward. And I appreciate these next steps. I think this is lined out really well. So I'm glad to hear that we kind of have our path forward. Hopefully, UGA will see the value in being a good partner here and be agreeable with the MOU, with Dr. Bustle's role. And then the one other thing I want to say, and because it was invited, on the different design elements, I do have a preference to the one that has the steps that kind of wrap around coming towards the front part also. I feel like it's
up on the screen.
Yeah, it's top right.
Yeah, the top right one. Yeah, I feel like it's more inviting. Mm-hmm. I feel like it invites people to come spend some time, get closer to it, interact with it, possibly have a place to sit there while you're possibly looking at this. So I love any of that kind of thing that can kind of bring people in and invite people in closer to it. So, but thank you all so much for this work.
I think Commissioner Link on the phone had a question or comment, and then I'm going to return to Commissioners on the right, and then Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the committee, particularly Hattie Whitehead, for just taking on this task and this, this really healing movement in our community and how important it is. I remember, and it's not just the folks that lived in Linnentown and were displaced, but that displacement and the erasure of that community radiated throughout Black Athens. And I first heard about it through Rosa Thurman, who grew up in East Athens but had vivid memories of visiting family friends in Linnentown and how traumatic it was to see that community destroyed. And then folks in my district, my constituents in the Hancock neighborhood, who would bring it up when they talk about student housing and high-rises coming up and this palpable fear that they retained that UGA was going to come into their neighborhoods and erase their neyborhoods. Linnentown is still happening today, but it's no longer, the city government and these state forces, but it's the forces of the free market that is displacing people and erasing communities. So, as we implement this project and this memorial, I hope that we will also take a good look at things that we do have some control over as far as zoning policy and more support for affordable housing entities, so we can halt some of that erasure that continues to go on in our neighborhoods. And the project, the source of this project is about rebuilding trust and educating the public on the truth of our past. And because this has been a participatory committee that has included the public, and Dr. Bustle's role in facilitating that, I think, is vital. And it's so important that she continues that participation through to the end, that we don't just hand this over to a hired hand program manager, but that trust that's been built between the public and this project be maintained through the end and through the installation and ongoing into the future. I feel like it's really crucial that we maintain the full participation of the committee and the facilitator, Dr. Bustle, who really had a lot of hands-on influence on this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle?
Thanks. Wow. It's been a slow walk, but thanks for continuing to walk, y'all. I don't know. I didn't really hit me until we were here talking about it that like the nature of this conversation is very different than the last time we were really getting the resolution through, which was over a year ago. So glad we're here, and also we just want to remind all my colleagues that we passed a resolution for recognition and redress, and this is really only the second thing we're doing for recognition. It's a more tangible, present and public and lasting thing than the papers that we resolved. But there's still a lot of work to do with redress. So I hope that the folks that have come to the table and that have continued to keep pushing, as y'all have been, continue to remain at the table, and we continue to find ways to invite more people to the table and to keep that proverbial table inviting, which like all exists in the abstract. But it'd be easy, I think, to just gloss over the immense amount of tension that precedes today's discussion, and I don't want to do that. I want to recognize that tension, I think, to some degree still lives in this room, and it definitely underlies all of why we're here. But I'm really glad we're here. The art can be whatever the people who lived through this want it to be, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't have a whole lot on that except to say that I really liked what I saw. I thought it was really cool. I love the gash.
That wasn't early on a favorite, but it became through the participatory process that it meant a lot to the descendants. It was somewhat of a surprise to us.
It's striking. It's striking to think, it's people who look like me. I mean, I grew up in a different state, but that are responsible for that. Yeah. Anyway, I kind of have two questions, and they don't need to be resolved today if there aren't ready answers. And they kind of dovetail, and they're related to what Commissioner Parker was bringing up. But I'm confused by the MOU, and that like we haven't had one to date, and so like why the parties that we're talking about are the parties we're talking about is puzzling to me. Obviously, we'd all love to have the University of Georgia at the table, just like we wanted them at the table with the resolution, and maybe this is an avenue to invite that. So if this is like another attempt to try to invite that, okay, but ultimately making that a prerequisite for moving forward, it's hard for me to wrap my head around why that is. So maybe that's my first question: is the MOU a prerequisite or sort of an aspirational step?
I can speak from how I understand it. I mean, you're the experts
maybe
in the room.
just in terms of like the procurement process.
Sure. So the MOU did not come about until last week. We were headed down a different path. So last week we kind of changed course.
Yes.
I think it's easier to probably put in writing to answer your questions if we could.
Okay.
A little more detail.
Sure, yeah. Again, don't need the answer right now, but just would really hope that we can get it, as soon as possible.
Can we have the committee, the JMP, just on that correspondence so we make sure we're all hearing the same things? Because we have talked about this many times, the necessary components to formalize Dr. Bussel's role. And it's also, I just will say, this is a new type project, right? To not just go hire a single artist to go do something that's just a sort of basic concept. So we are also learning the best ways to do this as we go. So this was thought about earlier, but ultimately not decided on, but it's come back that it might be the best way. So it's really just a learning process, and I really want to thank all the staff who has supported that, because sometimes we've had different ideas about the best pathway forward, that kind of thing. So we're just back at a place where we'd like to explore this, and as Ms. Howdy said, if that's not possible, we just need to find something else.
We go down a different road, a different avenue, because we're in uncharted waters with this. But we're not gonna have a quick timeline on this. We're not gonna camp out there.
And I guess the other, I know you're not gonna camp out unless it's a tactic, which I could understand for sure. I'm also curious, just kind of like why we're looking at an MOU regarding Dr. Bussel's role and not all the people who have been involved to date, or at least some combination of like the residents who have been involved to date and stuff too. So it's curious to me like why this one person needs to be formalized but not the others. And why that seems really crucial to me is if we are going to go through some kind of process where we bring in someone who's bidding on a contract to oversee the completion of this, I would hope that we'd be formalizing the involvement of everyone who's been involved to date in some way. And if we're doing that, I don't understand why the university is the party to do that with, at least why they're the sole party to do that with. Again, aspirationally, inviting them to the table, but I guess I'll learn more of this through memos, but that hopefully conveys clear enough my confusion.
One quick clarification. Do you want to say something first, Selah?
I was just going to say that we originally started on the path of the Dr. Lynn Bussell and Dr. Rice were the volunteer design instructors for these participatory community workshops. But because of our procurement, in order to, pass the baton, so to speak, in terms of the creation of the installation, there had to be someone who was the holder of insurance, as we learned earlier from our public art coordinator. The liabilities that come with an actual installation of this kind. So while the initial idea was the design was by the AJMP, and Dr. Lynn Bussell is not a member of the Athens Justice and Memory Project, and she is also not an agent of ACC Gov. So we've kind of gone through several different workarounds to try and include her designs into this process, but when it came to the point of actually having to create it, there is a need for more formality.
Attorney Drake, it looked like you had something to add.
My sense is it's about insurance, right? I mean, just because we're all here and we put so much time in. My understanding is it's about, there's a liability on site for somebody who's directing the community to work with an object and cement and trowels or whatever these things are that Dr. Bussell's the expert in and has done before. So my understanding is in terms of Dr. Bussell's continued role as we get to a point of construction, it's really about insurance. Now, really quickly, a clarification. In terms of bidding on a contract, that will only happen for the 3 signs. That we want to completely say, there's actually a firm who did it in Auburn Avenue who I hope will apply. We want to say, hey, experts who know how to do cultural historical signage, the importance of it, you guys take those 3 signs. The Justice and Memory Project with all the staff support and Dr. Bussell through some kind of formal arrangement will continue to lead the mosaic. Then the RFQ is simply, this is an hourly job for like a site manager or a logistics manager. So that third piece, the RFQ, is a temporary part-time job to assist in, we need water there, we need buckets there, we need toilets there, we need somebody to send emails about the events. So that third piece, the RFQ, is a support staff hourly position.
Does that, sorry, I really appreciate that, Dr. Rice, but does that definition of that position match what staff is conceiving that position as? I would hate to leave this meeting with all of us having a different idea of what the next step is.
This is important.
I think there's going to have to be a project manager who we ultimately contract with, who's responsible for building the project.
Sure.
And that's what I contemplate the project manager being.
Okay.
And we're going to have to integrate the role of Dr. Bussell into that, her design expertise. But ultimately, you're right, they're, making sure it's constructed to a certain standard, that there is, like we would do with any public art project, we normally put those out for RFQs, we get responses back, and we choose one. This is a little different because we have this collaborative relationship here, so we're trying to work within the confines of that. But ultimately, we have to have someone who's responsible for the logistics of project construction. And they're going to work collaboratively with Dr. Bussell and in the participatory framework. That's where we're trying to deal with.
And I wasn't at the meeting that occurred, I think, late last week, where y'all discussed these things, so my knowledge is really prior to that meeting. But yes, but basically we have taxpayer dollars that have been allocated for these purposes, and we have to follow the procurement ordinance when we spend those dollars, or we have an MOU or intergovernmental agreement where we can transfer funds over. Normally, there's a procurement process that involves a solicitation, and in this case, the Linnentown and Justice Memory Group has indicated a strong preference for Dr. Bussell to be involved, and then it became a question of, well, what role does that play? Before the meeting, my understanding was the role was, finalizing the design, and that we would hire a project manager, because that is a pretty considerable object, and it will require, no doubt, some footings dug and permits and those types of things. And so y'all have always been consistent that you wanted the artistic license to rest with Dr. Bussell and Dr. Rice. And so our original thought was, well, the project manager will take whatever schematic design y'all ultimately approve in August and help to construct it. And then the finish would be the participatory process that Dr. Bussell would oversee with the community, placing objects on there, the mosaic. Now I understand with the MOU that y'all want to formalize a more formal role for Dr. Bussell to actually direct and cause things to happen. And so we haven't gone through a process to select Dr. Bussell, but the advisory committee wants her to do that. So we don't typically have, from a volunteer advisory committee, people getting involved in construction projects to that degree. And so I think that is basically why.
We do agreements with governmental entities. We're not subject to procurement requirements, selecting this person to direct this artwork. And so we've always in the past put out formal RFQs for art proposals, just like we talked about in the prior project. So this is really a way, I think, I wasn't in the meeting, but Sherry updated me to get around that requirement, if that makes sense.
It does.
I have a question or some input on this. It seems to me that the hurdle here is that Dr. Bussell is not a formal member of the committee. She's not appointed as part of a government entity, and that has some insurance implications, et cetera, et cetera. But what if she were to be appointed to the committee and as a member of that committee continued to participate in seeing the project through to installation? I know we have a Greenway Commission that is pretty closely involved in projects up until the completion. So I'm just wondering if that could alleviate some of the issues we're seeing here if she were to merely be formally appointed by the government to this committee that is, a government entity, pretty much.
I'm not sure that'll address the concerns we're talking about, Commissioner, but I'm open to
in
discussing it
addition
further.
to the project coordinator who's dealing with all the logistical stuff.
I guess my observation is that while the Greenway Commission is a volunteer body, that they're still not involved in actual construction activity. And it really is that physical activity that happens in public space that's the thing around which we need some indemnification.
But they're often, I recall instances where the Greenway Commission has, been involved at the ninth hour of projects, noticing, I remember when I think it was when the boat ramp went in at Ben Burton, and they noticed that the rock was of a different girth that was going in. I just feel like they have more involvement up to the late term construction phases than would be typical.
I think we can probably get some feedback from Attorney Drake and management via email. Want to move on? A couple of other folks. Commissioner Parker, on that micro point, did you want to jump in?
Sure. Well, Carol's been waiting for a while.
Obviously, and so there are all these component pieces.
I'll text you or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Myers.
Actually, I have great faith that our staff will be working with the committee, you all, to work out these details. That's all what you dedicated hours to, and that our staff has expertise in it. I sort of wanted to just bring it back to the bigger level and just say how, really honored and humbled I am to be part of the commission when we're doing this. And although maybe things seem like they've taken a long time, that was just a year ago. Listen, I was on a Lead Athens group 25 years ago where we talked about the fact, my little group talked about the fact that there was nothing in downtown Athens to acknowledge the participation, the presence of our African American community and what our African American community had worked on, suffered through, et cetera, and et cetera. And to think in this last year, I go on the bypass back from dropping my car off, and I see that the Confederate Memorial is no longer in downtown, and we're going to have this over here in Linnentown to commemorate that. I mean, that is just very touching that we're going through there. Hopefully that we can check off another one of those points of the resolution each year. So thank you, and I love the process as well, because it's not only we have this product, but you've had this incredible process, including so many. One little point, do we already have the money designated for all this stuff?
There's $70,000 that have been approved at this point.
Okay, so before we start voting on things or to cover all these things, we'll get some, that'll be coming down the line where we'll know if we need to put some budget money into next year's budget for this.
Yes, that's right. So the first RFP out the door, as Selah said, will be for the signage, and we'll get those back. We still need some more definition on the schematic design of the monument to better inform the RFP for the project manager, and obviously we're still working on the role. So we should know the cost of the signs, or the order of magnitude cost of the signs, about the time we're getting ready to put the RFP out for the second one. So it could be likely that we need to augment the budget with some additional funds.
Right, well, that'll be important for us to know as we work on the budget in May among the commissioners.
Commissioner Thornton.
And that was, I guess everybody got so technical. I really just wanted to say thank you guys. I really appreciate what you've done. And urban renewal was a long time ago, but what you've done in a little bit of time is amazing. And I did want to, and Carol took a little bit of my thunder about the money. And as we going into the budget, I was glad to hear that County Manager Blaine said we need to look at maybe augmenting that. This is an investment, and it's worthwhile. So I just really wanted to say thank you. I know it hasn't been hard. I remember when this chamber was on fire. So to have this calm, peaceful, visionary place, it's a big deal. Thank you again.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you to the participants on this committee, and Ms. Whitehead, of course, who has, through her diligence, shepherded this project thus far. I particularly appreciate the narrative aspect of this public art, because we know that this story of Linnentown had been buried for so many years, and that public art can play a pivotal role in educating the public and bringing life to the story, which I feel is tremendously important and timely right now, as some state leaders and legislators have sought to thwart the education of Georgia under the banner of divisive concepts. They've sought to ban the teaching of history, and this government can make an impact and reverse some of that damage to raise the consciousness of this community by investing in narrative public art that gives a true depiction of what has occurred in this community, to educate not just the folks living right now, of course, but for generations to come. So, thank you.
Commissioner Parker.
The last thing, perhaps for this whole discussion, I will say is that I really hope, I don't know if the Athens Area Arts Council or our arts coordinator in the Leadership Services Office or anyone has been in communication with you all, because I would really love for them to learn from this process, so that we could perhaps, use this precedent for future works of art that help people feel like they have a stake in the beauty, that we give to our community. So, yeah, I just wanted to encourage staff to keep their eyes on this, so that we can do this again, because I think the collaborative aspect of it is really cool.
Everybody ready to hear about the in-progress concept for the History Center?
Let's go.
All right.
Ready.
Ms. Whitehead,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Gerst, I just want to thank you for assembling the Justice and Memory team. That was quite out of the ordinary thing to do. Step forward to do that. I want to thank our support and you commissioners. I want to thank all of you all. This racism and justice hasn't been easy to talk about, but as a result of us talking about, we have become closer, and we have been able to speak our minds, as you all know, and our tongues, but we have been working together, so thank everybody. And I just wanted to say, if this walk of recognition for Linnentown come into being, it will be the first for Athens, the city of Athens, for a Black community that was erased. I wanted to say that. And that will be a proud moment for all of us. And I wanted to say, I still invite UGA to come to the table with us. Now, I want to talk about bring you up to date on the Athens-Clarke County Centers for Racial Justice and Black Futures. We do not have a center here now. We need one. And this will be a first for us. But the purpose is to commemorate the contributions and histories of Athens Black communities, to promote learning and support Black commerce, culture, and civic responsibility. The project description is to draw on existing examples such as Legacy Museum. Oh, I'm sorry.
Press the button. Yeah.
Legacy Museums. Excuse me. Legacy Museums. It is to function as an educational tourist center, preserve artifacts of and contributions from Black Athenians. And this will go back approximately to 1600 to present, where we got data. Display photographs, manuscripts, oral histories, and other objects related to Black life and culture in Athens. Serve as a place of reflection, reckoning, fostering freedom, healing, and justice in the Athens community. Okay, the general criteria is to draw on the strengthened relationships with the community that the History Center will serve. That's very important. Include leadership that reflects the community that the History Center will serve. Prioritize involvement from already existing Athens-Clarke County organization addressing issues of racial and social equality. Promote learning, cultural experience that support thriving Black communities as a means to uplift all Athenians and to tell more complete histories about slavery, segregation, present-day racial inequalities from the perspective of those who are most impacted. And in the last 12 months or so, we have put an advisory board in place to work toward putting this center into place once we have a building. So I have been serving as the chairperson, and Aaron Stacer has been working with me, along with an advisory board, which is Linda Davis, Fred Smith, Valerie Bell, Frank Plack, and the mayor has been supporting us. The subcommittees has been community outreach, Kimberly Davis, public historian is Susan Pittard and Mary Blake. Grant writing is Barbara McCaskill, and she has a team working with her. Finance is Andrea Salinas, and strategy person is Tommy Valentine. We've had meetings since May of 2021. We had one in August, October, November, and December. We had meetings trying to put a strategy and plans in place. Oops. Okay. Where does this authority come from? It comes from our charge that we were given by the mayor. So we are in compliance. And the authority comes from the Linnentown resolution. This is taken from the Linnentown resolution. The Unified Government of Athens-Clarke County shall seek partnership with the University System of Georgia to create and co-found a local center of slavery, Jim Crow, and the futures of Athens Black communities. Potential funding. A mix of public funds and grant funds, capital improvements, ACC capital funding for physical structure, SPLOST funding, operations, a hotel motel tax revenue that's supposed to increase, I think, 1%. We also, these are grant writing, grants that we will be applying for my grant writing team, Georgia Humanities Council, and we're going to partner with Athens-Clarke County School District and the Athens Regional Library, the Institute for Museum and Library Services, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. So the next steps are to participate in the RFP process for the History Center. And we will be applying for a floor in the Costa building. That's what we will be applying for, and with a design plan and whatever it takes. We're going to ask for acquisition of lease agreement from the for that Athens-Clarke County building. We're going to be obtaining a 501(c)(3), and this incorporation paperwork has already been filed. And we already have received a donation from the public for this center. Now we'll take questions.
Commissioner Parker?
Yes, thank you so much, Hattie. I'm super excited to see this move forward. Couple of quick questions. First, in the next steps, do these indicate a chronological order, or are these just general activities?
These are general activities.
Okay.
We
Great.
have been moving through all of these next steps for a while.
Yeah, okay. Great. Just wanted to clarify that. And then, I've participated in a lot of, well, not a lot, but several of these meetings and community input gatherings. One thing that I noted in the presentation is, though the center is named for racial justice and Black futures, the project description is very focused on history, which is great. People need to understand their history in order to avoid repeating it. But I am really excited about the potential to use the space to also excite folks about the possibility of Black futures. And so I just wanted to put that back in the conversation because I just think that could be really cool. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, not a question. So, thank y'all for all your work. I think this will probably be the only center dedicated to Black individuals that are dedicated, that came from Athens or around Athens, or for a particular city of all of North Georgia. Atlanta, the one in Atlanta is dedicated to all of Georgia, and the African American Secretary of all of Georgia. But I think the only one in the state of Georgia is in Albany. But just want to say, commend y'all for your work. And if I'm incorrect, just correct me. So.
Okay.
Commissioner Houle and then Myers.
Very excited about this. Thank you for working on this and the kabillion other things you're always working on. I just wanted to clarify, because I know we've kind of, iteratively gone through different names for things. So the center that you're all proposing, I want to scroll up here and make sure I get it right here. The Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures. Is that also the name of the C3 that you're incorporating, or is there like a C3 that's incorporating of which this will be one project?
No, that's the name of the C3.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to thank you and your committee for all the work on this. I think this has tremendous potential. I know you mentioned the Legacy Museum in Birmingham, and I was trying to find it here online, but I know the library had organized a one-day trip back at the beginning of COVID that they're redoing now, I think in May, that I would encourage anyone who hasn't among my colleagues to go over and visit that. It's just incredibly inspiring in a small space, and I would love to see something along that lines, and really bringing African American history, culture downtown. Again, 25 years ago in Lead Athens, hey, I'm old here now, right? Okay. It was like this would be such a contrast to that when the African American members of the class that I was participating in were saying, we don't want to go downtown. This is not a place for us. So the idea that this would be downtown would be wonderful. I noticed, like, in that resolution, I did have one question. Back in the resolution language, beginning, it was talking about reaching out to UGA. Have you all discussed ways to reach out to UGA and see if they're ready to build a bridge here and work in a positive way? I'm just wondering.
I'll note, I wrote a letter to the former chancellor of the University System of Georgia, and now that a new chancellor is installed, I'll be reiterating engagement, interest with them.
Okay, because it just seems like there's so many opportunities from, students, faculty, and I know you, like, the work that you did with the quilt at the Museum of Art last weekend. Clearly, there are people at the university who would love to be participating in this and helping out.
We have been working with some professors and students, but not the leadership.
We got to get those students after that leadership for this one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Hattie, for all this work and bringing this forward here and getting us close to making this a reality. And I'm fully in support of ensuring that this center does come to fruition here in downtown Athens. And I know you mentioned planning on trying to put forward for the cost of building as one of the places that y'all are thinking of.
Yes.
And of course, we have a process that we're following through to get through that.
Yes.
And so I was going to ask staff if there's just, I know we're still early on. I think that we just had the committee appointed just last week. Is there an estimated timeline of when that RFP process we think might get started, just for the community to understand?
Yes, well, as soon as the committee meets, and I think the committee you appointed, Mayor, was going to look at both the Taylor Grady House and the Costa Building, and I think you had a preference to make sure we get the Taylor Grady out, although the construction is, as y'all have seen, moving forward, so we need to decide the tenancy of the Costa Building as well in a quick manner. I think we'll be doing a check-in with the ad hoc committee to better inform the RFP. That goes out 30 days minimum. So I'm hoping by the fall that we've got some responses for y'all to dig through.
Okay, fantastic. I think that's helpful to know. And like I said, though, either way, cost of building or not, definitely in full support to try to make sure this comes to fruition here in downtown Athens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Edwards.
Thanks. I'm hopeful UGA will come to the table, as I know you are too, Ms. Hattie. And I know there is a new vice president of government affairs over there now.
Yes.
The old one's gone, so maybe there's an opportunity there to rekindle some action there. I'm also tremendously excited about the museum. I think that Black history in Athens is fascinating. The role that Black leaders played in Georgia history throughout Reconstruction is relatively unknown when you look at the other aspects of history that's been highlighted. The naming of buildings after Richard Russell, all over this town. USDA building, the Special Collections Library, Russell Hall, the Russell Political Sciences Library that I just heard about.
Those weren't named after you?
No. I'm not yet that notorious. So, getting right with the history, and it really is, it's fascinating to me because growing up in Georgia and learning from textbooks that were molded by figures like Mildred Rutherford, a famous Athenian, a notorious Athenian, perhaps the most impactful racist of our age, who helped fight for the lost cause telling of white history and the glossing over of Reconstruction, the glossing over of slavery. It creates a fascination for me when I first encounter the truth. And there's so much truth here in Athens with the story of Alfred Richardson and Madison Davis, the first two black elected legislators during Reconstruction. You know, Alf Richardson targeted by the KKK, attacked, shot one, ran away, then allegedly they poisoned some oysters that he ate. I mean, there really is some fascinating black history here that I want to see housed and displayed for the truth-telling and again, raising the consciousness of the community. And I just encourage y'all to keep doing what you're doing. I'm so excited to see it come to fruition. It sort of reminds me of when I was visiting Orlando, Florida. We were just driving around, just looking for something. And there's a Black History Museum in Orlando, Florida. And it's just housed in the basement of an old school. And I learned so much there just by stopping in about the notorious moment in our civil rights history when the hotel owner was refusing to integrate his Orlando swimming pool, and he poured muriatic acid in the pool while black folks were trying to swim. So just little impactful stories like that raise the consciousness of our community and ultimately will build support for the redress that has to happen. You know, we look at the history of enslaved peoples throughout world history, the Hebrews enslaved by the Israelites enslaved by the Egyptians, the serfs enslaved by the Russians. They all got reparations. They all got redress. The serfs got 3 acres of the land from the czar. You know, the Israelites were told to take what they want from the Egyptians. I feel like Mildred Rutherford's glossing over of the suffering of black Athenians and black Americans has prevented America from understanding that there needs to be redress. These folks deserve reparations. So I think that the work that you do is so pivotal to advance that cause for your community and for my community, to make myself whole, to make myself a better person. So thank you for helping me on that journey.
You're welcome.
Well, before we let you go, Ms. Whitehead, I just want to thank you for being so resolute and so consistent in your presence and willingness to engage. I think we're a better, and I think to use your words just now, Commissioner Edwards, a more complete institution as a local government because of your willingness to spend time with us and making this a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. All right, everybody. Does anybody need a break? We're about halfway through the evening. If everybody wants to take 10 minutes, that would put us back here at 7:45. And we are kicking off the back half with a revision to our complete streets policy that, of course, we've looked at several times over the years, most recently in 2021. And we've got Stephen Bailey here, Transportation Public Works Director, to kick us off.
All right, good evening, everybody. It is good to see you all in person again. I was just thinking, I don't remember the last time I was here in person for this. It's always been on the little screen on WebEx. So.
It's been years.
Yeah, it really has. So I'm really just giving introductions this afternoon. I've got Daniel Sizemore, our bicycle, pedestrian, and safety coordinator with us, and then Lauren Blaise, the chair of Athens in Motion Commission. Lauren's going to be doing the lion's share of the presenting tonight. She'll talk about the history of how we got here with Complete Streets, explain the new Complete Streets policy broken down by section, and then talk about the next steps for us here. So I just wanted to make an important note here that this is, as you've probably seen looking through it, it's not a technical document. It certainly references a number of technical standards that we abide by, but this policy is really more of a value statement. It formalizes how we prioritize inclusive and equitable standards within our decision-making processes. So with that, I will turn it over to Lauren.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for hanging around. I hope by the end of this together we can extol the virtues of asphalt and concrete through complete streets, right? So here's a little bit of history, this helpful slide. We go through this. I do have a couple on this. I'll try and breeze through it. But our current complete streets policy was passed in 2012. So it has now been almost 10 years, and it was a great start, but we need some work on that, and I'll come back to that. And then between March 2017 to 2018, the Athens and Motion Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan started to take form. And in August of 2018, there was the final report. And the goals and objectives for that report were to create a vision for a future of biking and walking through strategic goal setting, so strategy being key here, and to continue to evolve into a more bikeable, walkable community. And those main goals are connectivity, equity, more users, education, and of course, implementation. So, in 2018, Mayor and Commission accepted the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan called Athens in Motion. There was a resolution, and in that resolution, in Article 4, it states that the Athens in Motion Commission is advisory in nature and is charged with the responsibility of recommending projects, policies, and initiatives to the Mayor and Commission, so that's why we get to talk to you about Complete Streets here today. We had our first meeting in 2019, and then in 2020 and 2021, the Athens in Motion Commission submitted revisions to the Complete Streets policy as part of our work plan. So and then we finally approved a new version of that Complete Streets policy almost a year ago. We've just been so busy, and that's what we're here to talk about today, is an update to that. The current policy, as I said, it passed in 2012. A few of you might have been around for that. And then the National Complete Streets Coalition reviewed it in 2018 and gave it a score of 21 out of 100. There was no mention of diverse, vulnerable users, jurisdiction, land use, context were all absent, and there were no steps for implementation and no performance measures, and there was nothing binding about the plan. So it was a good start. It was good that we kicked it off. We have a Complete Streets policy, and now let's put some teeth behind it. Complete Streets 101, so what are we talking about? Before I dive into this policy, I do want to do like a high, big picture overview of what we're talking about here for the benefit of you all and also the public. So a Complete Streets framework shifts the status quo of street design from being car-centric to being designed for all users. Now notice I didn't say shifts from being car-centric to being bike-centric or walking-centric or rolling-centric. It's really about everyone. It's taking a holistic look at our streets. So here's the big ideas. Complete streets, when streets are complete, they make roads better and safer for all users, for all modes of transportation. And certainly no one takes just one mode of transportation. Even if you rely on a vehicle, at some point you get out of your vehicle, right? And this is something else I wanted to underscore, that complete streets can be applied to urban and rural environments. So in Clarke County, we have an urban core, and we have a town out in Winterville, and then we get very rural. And complete streets is not just about what's inside the loop, okay? There are options all the way to the edge of the county for all residents. And then a road may go through many phases with different kinds of bike and pedestrian infrastructure on its way to becoming a complete streets. So the presence today of bike lanes or sidewalks doesn't necessarily mean that a street is good to go, that it's complete. An example I can think of is maybe Barnett Shoals, but we'll come back to that. I was looking at some of the NACTO guides, particularly the one for complete streets in rural context, because I was curious what it had to say. And there's a lot in there. And now these designs are not in this policy, so this is really just Complete Streets 101. But depending on context, something like this cross section here could be a complete street. You see you've got some bike lanes suggested, a pedestrian zone. But also, this could be a complete streets if you're in a more rural area. So it depends on traffic, land use, density, all that gets factored in. So there's not any one particular solution or approach that we are advocating for. There's a whole menu of options that could come forth with complete streets. So I was with my sister in Atlanta recently, and my sister is one of these people who is interested and concerned in biking. And I wanted to show this slide because two things. I wanted to show a piece of infrastructure that we don't have in Clarke County instead of just a sidewalk that ends, which I have a lot of great photos of those. This is a two-way cycle track. So to show you, to underscore that some of the solutions we present may not exist currently in Clarke County. We're referencing guides that get updated all the time, and we're going to be looking at the best solution. But I also wanted to underscore, like, we want to make things safe for everyone. And I was really touched because this is a part where the belt line ended, and then there's a gap in the belt line, and my sister just said, well, now we're just going to go this way along this busy road. And this is a two-way cycle track with a divided median and some planters here. And I became very curious about this intersection. I'm like, has it always been like this? And this is how this road looked in 2017. And you see, there's sidewalks, there's bike lanes, and you might think like, okay, it's a complete street, but there was a lot to do here. Like, my sister probably would not have felt comfortable taking this route. And even back 10 years before that, in 2007, Bill Kennedy Way really didn't look like anything. So even if we have some facilities, some infrastructure, there can be room to improve. And then I was thinking about, well, what do we have in Athens? So this is the intersection of Lumpkin and Baxter, probably, I think it is our most trafficked intersection in Athens, maybe along with the Arch. And this is another example of where there have been facilities before. There's a crosswalk here, there's a sidewalk, there's even bike lanes, but there was still room to grow. And you see there's a slip lane there. So this was the intersection after the Terry College of Business buildings were put in. You see the slip lane is gone, and this was when we were just starting to put in some better bike lanes. So that green therma paint, it's a new thing. This is one of the opportunities that we took when the road was up for repaving. Our former bike and pedestrian coordinator, this is one of the last designs that she did before she left, Hillary Essig, is to improve the bike lanes all up and down Lumpkin. Main point here, streets must continue to evolve with their contexts. So let's dive deep into the policy, getting into the weeds a bit here. There's just no way around it. I always kind of want to make things approachable, but at some point, we've got to get stuck in the weeds. So again, as Director Stephen Bailey said, the Complete Streets policy is not a technical standard. It's a statement of values. And much of what you see in the policy, we are already implementing. So this is not something we're going to do starting now. It's something that we have already been doing. We're just trying to codify that a bit. This is a picture I've used before. It is Sycamore Drive with two women walking with their strollers. Of course, Sycamore Drive is on TSPLOST, up for some sidewalks, multi-use path along there. So hopefully that's coming up if that passes. We have 10 sections in the new Complete Streets policy, and I will go through the high-level points of each of these. So here's where we're getting in the weeds a little bit. Vision and intent: complete streets are roadways designed and operated to safely and comfortably accommodate everyone, just everyone, no matter who you are. And motorists. A road that is safe for people walking and biking is also safe for people who are driving. And then benefits: create more livable, sustainable, equitable communities. This is a screenshot of Hancock Avenue where we added in some bike lanes during a repaving opportunity. And you see we have a nice parklet here right in front of the National. So it just makes things better. Our policy objectives, this is really key here. This is the TLDR version. Make the practice of creating complete streets a routine part of everyday operations. So we're no longer thinking like, oh, that would have been nice, we probably should put a sidewalk in there. We're just going to do it. Because we know retrofitting is expensive, and we're starting to see the costs of that, and how we have to have SPLOST to put in even just a sidewalk gap. So we'll address transportation inequity as a community dedicated to acknowledging past mistakes and neglect of our neighborhoods for racial and socioeconomic reasons. So we'll approach every project as an opportunity to improve streets and the network for all users. Equity, this is a new section. This was not in the last Complete Streets policy. So a complete streets design approach creates a more equitable transportation system by providing affordable, convenient, fair, and accessible modes of transportation for all people, including vulnerable populations. And TPW will work with the Office of Inclusion and with communities of concern to best implement complete streets. And we know that buy-in from these communities is a critical part of establishing equity in transportation. So we don't want a top-down approach. We want a conversation here. And I think we're all learning like that is really important and key to success. So complete streets policy will apply to all new construction, local roadways, repaving. We're already doing that. Anytime that there's an opportunity to put in some thermopaint down and create some better facilities, we are doing that. So that's roughly it, everything. Roadway projects will make use of the best, latest designs and standards. Accommodations shall be provided to all users during the construction phase. This is really key. I think you all have noticed that we have a lot of construction going on. I mean, even in the past 10 years, what we have seen grow in this town, and it's just not slowing down. This is actually on Wilkerson Street near Nucci Space and the UGA campus. UGA just filled in a sidewalk gap, and then there's that new development that's coming up, and then the gas station got torn down. And for a minute there was not a direction for me as someone walking, like where to go. The sidewalk just kind of like cut out, but now they are directing people to cross the sidewalk. So that's really important. It's one thing when you're in a car and you have to take a detour. It's another thing when you're on foot and there may not be another safe option for you. So that's going to be really important. And it's a little hard to see, but there is a share the road sign to your right. It does have a little bike logo on there, and so that's a great thing to provide direction for all of us. Exceptions, project cost alone does not allow for exception from complete streets. We're doing roads, we need to have facilities for everyone. But we do have a process for that. This will be, we have these steps we will take, and then explanations of exceptions will be presented to you all, or whomever is elected in office, at appropriate times during the design phase, and documentation shall be made public through the ACC website and presented to the Athens in Motion Commission. Land use and context sensitivity. This is just making sure that every solution that we present considers those things and takes into account the comprehensive plan and the Athens in Motion Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. The jurisdiction is public roadways in Athens-Clarke County. So right now, this does not affect private development. I have a feeling that question would come up, but this is just public roadways for now. But in the policy, we will encourage local developers to use Complete Streets policy. We'll have an annual review and update, and any revisions will be presented to and approved by you all. And this is something that you all have seen before, the public input opportunities when there's a transportation project. So this is already being implemented. You see it was last updated November of 2019, so this should be pretty familiar. This is nothing new. Again, we're just kind of putting this into policy. And then we have performance measures. So this is where we can keep track of what are we doing, holding ourselves accountable, are we making our streets complete? And then there will also be an equity analysis, so we hope to incorporate that. And so our next steps, adopt the new Complete Streets policy. We're hoping for the June agenda cycle is what we're thinking. Again, we, as the Athens in Motion Commission, passed this about a year ago, and then we spent a year working on it before that. So we have been through this. We started with one version, then we scrapped it during COVID and completely rewrote it and went through it line by line. So we have spent a lot of time on it. Questions?
Questions for Lauren? Carol?
Well, I have questions, but mostly I want to thank you for this work, because this is work that I started when I was on Athens in Motion and chair there. So I'm really excited to see this come through here. I actually wanted to, I jotted down a few points here just to share with my colleagues as well, things that I think are really important to highlight. One is that you highlighted that this is really putting into writing a policy that echoes what we're already doing. So for our staff, it's not going to be a big change here. Transportation and Public Works, guys can nod your heads, like we're involved in this as well. So this was not just, right, Steve? Right. So that's already been involved. They've been involved in this from the get-go, and Daniel over there too. And I think that's really important, and they're supportive of this. The other thing is, I do want to say that actually the revision of the Complete Streets is actually one of the goals, one of the short-term goals of the Athens in Motion plan, because that also, you have the maps and the projects, but there's also policy in there and discussion of other things that have to do with safety, like Vision Zero, for example. And also that really the details of this is, in some ways, it reminds me of what we did with the Human Rights Committee, was partially trying to get us a higher rating on, which group was that? The
Human Rights
Right, and there's very much like a guideline. You can go through and check off all the points. And when I was working on this, basically we were looking at what the National Complete Streets Policy was doing and saying what's in the policy, what isn't, and let's put it together to do what is the best practices. And I know I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, I know that I worked on this with Tyler Dewey some before he left as the head of Bike Athens. And I know that one of the things that Tyler really emphasized was the need to have the mention of the guidelines and standards in the policy. And so although it's not a technical guide, it refers to those technical guides, and that's really important. The last thing I'll say is that the emphasis on equity, which is something that our Athens in Motion policy does, and I believe Transportation and Public Works gets called to conferences to talk about that, and that whole process as a policy is embedded in this. So if we were doing, when we put together Athens in Motion, what this policy says our best practices to do. So I'm very supportive of this. I'm very excited that it's coming through, and I got to work on it, and then I get to vote on it, and hopefully my colleagues will join me in doing that and having this be a nice, smooth policy adoption.
I've got Commissioner Parker, Commissioner Link on the phone, and then Commissioner Houle.
Just out of curiosity, do we have a codified definition of livability? Because while we talk about equity in ways in this that I think specify certain communities who we want to enhance the livability for, young folks or elderly folks living in poverty, and I thought about how having really robust bike infrastructure and transit transportation infrastructure such as traffic calming might make Athens less livable for someone that has to commute far and spends a lot of time in a car. And so I just wondered if somewhere we kind of like actually, not necessarily, it's kind of more of a question for manager and mayor, if somewhere we have like a concrete, this is what we mean by that. Jay, I was just curious, but yeah, we can just move on because
We're still working on that
livability for
performance
everyone.
measure, so.
Okay, yeah, and there's a lot of good stuff in here that I think gets at a lot of that. It just struck me as I was watching the presentation.
I certainly think in our formal code sections, oftentimes we've got that definitions block kind of right at the top of the code section, and so, maybe to mirror that in this policy as it iterates.
Yeah, but no, this is excellent. I'm super excited. Thank you.
Melissa?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Lauren, thanks to you and the whole committee for all this hard work. This is really exciting, and it's kind of scary to think that we've been running with a complete streets policy that only scored 21 out of 100 all these years. This is exactly the kind of work that, I envisioned when I was advocating for a transportation committee like Athens in Motion when I first got elected, like 7 years ago. So I'm really, really excited to see it come to fruition. I do want to bring up something that Commissioner Parker touched on when it comes to equity and the idea of traffic calming. I don't see any mention of traffic calming in here, and I feel like that's an important thing to include because we have a lot of older neighborhoods where the infrastructure for complete streets is simply not feasible. You'd be taking people's entire front yards and mature trees and moving power poles, taking away on-street parking for homes that don't even have driveways. So I feel like that should be worked into this policy to advocate for traffic calming measures where the streets can truly be shared by all. I believe that, we shouldn't have neighborhoods where kids can't play in the streets. We really, really need to focus on implementing more speed bumps and more four-way stop signs and more crosswalks at every corner that reminds cars to slow down. Because in a lot of our older residential neighborhoods, particularly African-American neighborhoods, we simply don't have the feasibility and the room to accommodate that infrastructure that truly makes for a complete street.
If I may, Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Lincoln. Yes, we agree with you 100%. I think that traffic calming would be a strategy behind complete streets. I don't think that complete streets and traffic calming are two separate things. Was that right? Would you say? Okay. Yeah, so absolutely, traffic calming could be an element to bring a street to completion. Does that help?
Yeah, just because when I think of complete streets, I think of streets that can be used by all. And, typically that means adding sidewalks and bike lanes. But when that's not feasible, you need to simply change the street that's already there so it can be used by all. And, via traffic calming means like speed bumps and more stop signs and more crosswalks.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I think that's what I'm getting at.
Some of the guidelines do include strategies that are on street, actually, so they may not necessarily involve separate facilities. So we have a lot at our disposal.
I would like to see that emphasized a little more, just so we can really dig down on that equity issue, because I feel like that's a real concern when it comes to pedestrian and bike safety and equity in, particularly in African American and working class neighborhoods, older neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Got Jesse and then Tim.
All right. So for as long as I've been on this commission, I've avoided bringing this up, but it feels like now's the time. So the many hats in the past, I served on this steering committee of a group called Complete Streets Athens. They had these little blue stickers that said "Complete Our Streets." This was like 7 to 9 years ago. And I have 3 questions, but I want to thank these folks, most of whom have moved from here, because if it weren't for them, I wouldn't know to ask any of this. But Jen Rice, who was here earlier, Kristen Morales, who's on our planning commission, Tony Eubanks, Clint McCrory, who was really into walking, Tyler Dewey, who was involved in Bike Athens, y'all probably remember being here all the time, and Elliot Caldwell with Georgia Bikes, who's moved. I know did a ton of work on this. And I remember us digging through the Complete Streets policy and complaining about it. It was as much about commiseration as strategy. But the the one thing that we kept being hooked on was the mays versus the shalls. This is where I learned about the mays versus the shalls in our language. And I hear you saying that this policy isn't exactly, what was the language you used? It's not a technical standard, it's a statement of use. And I guess I'm curious, is there anything in our code that mandates consideration of this policy? Is there any way to kind of formalize in our code, or have we already done that this policy shall be considered in XYZ situations?
So there will be some shalls for the people that we can be in charge of here, which namely TPW, right? So the shalls are how our staff contemplates design issues and in our capital projects. And the mays are going to be for, as we mentioned, private development, where we'll have to think of ways to either incentivize or look for ways to get them on board with the same things. We wanted to go ahead and pass something that we knew we could pass, but I think it's iterative that we could continue looking at ways to encourage other members of the community to follow these same guidelines.
Awesome. And is that review that under TPW's purview, would that be happening when we're reviewing the next TSPLOST project list too? Like, would all the projects that come through essentially be run through whatever
that's
analysis
correct.
this triggers?
Yep. So everything, as soon as this is adopted, everything afterwards would be following the Complete Streets guidelines. That's right.
Awesome. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just very excited about this policy coming forward. And y'all have done amazing work for a very long time. Athens in Motion, Daniel, Stephen, y'all, others who have retired. The next question I have is, does this strengthen the likelihood of us getting investment from GDOT? So does this better policy on our end strengthen the likelihood that they'll either give us more funding, or that when they're looking to do a redesign, like for example, what we've seen happening with the multiple iterations of the loop exit 18 on Atlanta Highway, that they would be more likely to build in bike lanes and sidewalks and things into their designs? Or
Especially looking at some of those funding opportunities that are coming down through the federal government, there's a lot of indication that the more of these types of policies that you have in place already give them the confidence that you're ready to move forward with some of those types of multimodal improvements.
And I would add, just having spoken with the GDOT Commissioner McMurray last week, we brought the Athens in Motion plan to him, illustrative of really our investment in multimodal access across the county. And, his general indication, I don't think I can exactly repeat his words, was that, this provides a foundation for them so that when they do have projects that are underway, there's a rationality around integrating Complete Streets in, because we're thinking about that just as a mode of operating.
Awesome.
If I might, Mayor, we printed out a full copy of it just to show it to him, and he kept it. So that was good.
I like that.
He said a lot about, he was very impressed with the work that went into it.
It's really cool to be part of a community that's ahead of the curve, and some things around here. It's neat. So my last question, because I know Clint would slap me around if I didn't bring this up. Is there anything in terms of walking infrastructure built into this that we might think of as not necessarily requisite, but very relevant to quality of life? So I'm thinking of benches that aren't transit stops, or shade and trees. I mean, that's the thing that he brought up a lot, especially, we have hot summers. Does this policy include any provisions around those sorts of things?
Well, remember, it won't. So the policy itself will refer back to technical guidelines, but it won't actually include any in the policy itself. So you can look back and see where those are suitable. Again, that would include buy-in from other departments as well outside of TPW, with the arborists, with essential services or others or leisure services that work with things like benches and amenities. But I don't see why not. They could be part of something that we look at with those corresponding technical standards.
So maybe this is more a question for Blaine. Is there anything that we formally need to do to encourage that cross-departmental collaboration, or is that likely to just happen anyway because y'all are awesome?
No, there's been a lot of great collaboration, and like for instance, between PUD and TPW about coordinating paving with waterline installations. I think there's good communication. I don't think there's any additional information other than just to continue to hold staff up and be clear and articulate the vision that you'd like to see. And Stephen, would you add to that?
No, that's great.
I'll say, Commissioner, I kind of share that interest in comfort for pedestrians. You probably know the writer Jeff Speck, who has written a lot about the significance of making sure you've got plantings so that you just don't have a mile length of concrete with no shade whatsoever in the Georgia July sun.
Indeed. It's that bunch of folks that put Jeff Speck on my radar as well. But yeah. I guess one last thought for us to think about is the requirements we do put on private development around them investing in right-of-way. I think it would be interesting to see if our code around tree requirements could dovetail with that, such that the trees they're planting are actually strategically in places that are especially relevant to the quality of life of the people who are living there. So, thanks.
Tim?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, my questions are actually somewhat in line with Commissioner Hould's a little bit. So on the private developments, and I understand the encouraged language, I did wonder though, what about roads built in private developments that are then handed over to Athens-Clarke County and are designed that way? Are we going to be able to have some shalls put into those if we're going to take over them?
Yes, so anytime we take over a private roadway, we have to bring it up to our standards, which is part of, there's actually a previous TSPLOST that had money in it specifically for that. So these would incorporate complete streets as if this moves forward, that'd be as well.
I guess my question is, are we going to require the private developer to bring those up to standards for us to take over those roads, the responsibility of those roads?
Depends on how we move forward with that process of acquisition of private roadways in the future, right? So right now, there's some funding where we will pay for that transition. If we continue that kind of funding in the future, we could continue it that way. But we may need to go back to what we did previously, which was you all as the development or as the HOA are responsible for bringing it up to these standards. So that's sort of a future-facing question.
And Tim, are you wondering about not existing roads, but roads in future developments, like sort of a greenfield development? Where
exactly.
You might have a private road within either a mixed-use or multifamily kind of development.
Right, exactly. And like you said, with those HOA and such, and
that would go back to technical standards then, for developments.
Okay, good. And then the last question I had was, definitely happy to hear, the accommodations for all transportation systems when there's construction or repair work happening. We've had some pretty big issues with that, and in the past, it's just come down to, can we negotiate? I mean, sometimes it works out really well. Piedmont, I remember staff worked with them, and we worked out. It took some time, we got it, but I know Commissioner Link and I had to work on some construction situations that were happening in Normaltown at times where people were not being very considerate. And so I guess with this one is a shall, but how is that going to be enforced? Are we going to have that whenever somebody comes in for a right-of-way permit for construction, or part of that thing is this is what you have to do to be able to, so are we going to change the code on that part?
Same way that they have to present a vehicular detour for any kind of lane closure or road closure, they'd have to present some kind of detour drawing for pedestrians or cyclists who are displaced.
Okay, what about when it's just like what happened in Normaltown, just the sidewalk is blocked off? Like the road was left open, but so they would have to?
They'd have to present a detour for that, right?
Okay, okay. All right, fantastic. Thank you. This is great work. Appreciate y'all.
And just a plug here, we are bringing our technical standards forward to y'all in the next couple months as well, so it's a good time to remember that.
There you go. Awesome.
Okay, maybe I'm confused. What are those technical standards?
For private development.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, because I remember when we were working on this, there was discussion of development, and part of the hang-up was like, oh, if we do that, we're going to have to get all these other departments involved. So are you talking about this is coming from you and planning department, or is it from?
We're going to start with roadway technical standards, and we're going to bring it to you in different pieces. So the future ones may include a couple different departments. Yeah.
But that's where we'd see the application to private developments if there's a new development that's a single-family development with roads in there. That's where that would be coming forward to us. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much. We really appreciate it, everyone.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Thanks.
All right. Coming at you in mere moments, 5 out of 6. We've got the benefits and wellness presentation that we always see ahead of the budget. So in the same way that we talked a little bit about pay, I think last month or the prior, we always get a benefits presentation as well. So we've got Jeff Hale and Laura Welch from HR.
I don't know if this is going to fit. There it
Can we
goes.
start having coffee with the water?
Ooh, yeah.
Grab bring these bad boys. What's up? 300 milligrams of caffeine.
What is? I brought some, but it's almost gone.
It comes up to a day.
Power.
It's normal, it's fine.
We should provide coffee for the people too.
I like that.
Okay. Oh, man.
Good idea, just to be safe.
Oh, really? Oh, no, for sure.
What kind?
3 of these the other day, and I definitely thought.
Double shot with 2%.
It was the end.
Starbucks, Jittery Joe's?
Whatever.
Olive.
Either one, Jittery Joe's, better espresso.
Josh got a pot of tea upstairs you can brew for you.
Pot of tea, huh? I got a tea kettle.
Josh, you better be careful.
Yeah.
We're talking about asking for this every work session. Yeah.
Rescue for tea service.
Put a kettle up right in the corner.
Yeah. Is it too late to slam this into the HR presentation? Can we just force this in?
We can do it in the budget.
Yeah. No, that's, I mean, you know, if we got, 50 extra bucks, maybe there's going to be a tea machine in the corner there.
Oh, you have
Never
your
know.
mayor's community improvement plan budget.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe there's a nonprofit that wants to provide.
Maybe the C stands for commission instead of community.
I don't know. It's like every meeting there's free coffee for the public.
Yeah.
We're part of the public.
I don't know why it's not finding this here.
I often forget
Screen drop.
Help me, Jed.
Every time. And then he just sit there for all.
Well, I don't know why not.
Everybody's like,
Remember when I was pushing you in 2014 to do meals from the steps of City Hall?
Well, and actually, a sort
Yeah, I
of
do remember
motivating factor in
something
his move was, remember, did they have twins?
Mayor's
Didn't they have 2
Community
kids
Food
and then unexpectedly he had twins?
Like literally, the mayors can do it by themselves.
and his parents, her parents, I think, the back of
So that's part of how you give
But
away
you know, the other-
your salary to bring you down to the median income.
It'd be one of those things where I'm just ladling soup, not even the bowl, people just put their hands in
Yeah,
soup.
we couldn't afford
Yes,
holes.
and now director.
Just said-
I was just using it.
Yeah, I swear
So,
he's all of 33, 34 maybe.
I was thinking he was at least 35, but maybe you're right.
Yeah.
But when he started here, he's probably that age.
Yeah.
What do you think, Patrick? You on board for coffee for the
I
people?
was watching this.
We can do herbal tea for the people. Kombucha for the people. We can hand out free scobies.
Nice to have some stuff.
Government
Well,
issue.
sometimes I'll get it.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's government issue, sir.
Nobody else had a problem.
It's government issue, sir.
Do you want to plug mine in?
He's the man in charge, right? What did you not know? Jeff?
Maybe we need to return to that earlier discussion we were having back
Jeff,
there.
don't be.
The kombucha that
Look at the speed of government. Look at that thing.
It's like fermented tea, and like the bacteria in it is like.
What version of Windows?
So let's do this.
The people like it. I guess.
I mean, that, look, it's just
Loud.
like the font.
It's got a little bit alcohol.
It's like my kids when I'm trying
And
to
it's
make
made,
them watch
they have like a
movies.
giant.
This is like that retreat.
Oh, giant bacteria.
Oh.
Big ball of
What are they wearing?
Put it into tea and just turn the tea.
Oh, yeah.
Take it out.
Yeah.
Put it into
Have y'all
another
seen the
one.
new Dune?
So it's coming.
Right, did you go back to watch some of the old Dunes?
Oh, yeah, I was thinking
Like the 84 or something, the David Lynch one?
I had some carbonated.
Or Alien, or have you watched those old movies?
No, okay.
I've watched Alien
Got
pretty
more
recently.
options?
The old one?
Yeah.
The first one?
The first and the second, too. I watched not too long ago. And in fact, Noah and I watched Raiders of the Lost Ark together a couple months ago.
That's us.
Yeah.
Solving everybody's problem. And so when do I get my IT bonus?
No use to.
CGI. Yeah.
What is totally like GST?
Oh, yeah, completely.
Here?
Predator?
At the house.
That's not here.
It's not here.
When you get to City Hall in a nice
There's,
new building,
There's
let me
there
tell
are
you.
pockets and gremlins, right?
I was trying to think of the other.
Yep, because
It wasn't Total Recall.
Well, they
It was
actually
another
didn't need the
Schwarzenegger
internet
movie
because they
that
had
came out.
downloaded it on
It's just 87 or 88. Not Terminator.
So because you're here on our network, it probably does not like doing that.
The thing that I've
You have an
noticed in
Ethernet
those
connection
films
on
lately
this.
are like
Yes, you do have an Ethernet connection on this.
real inappropriate humor and like bad gender roles. Like that's what I've sort of been keying in on lately.
Well, here's one I threw on the twins. So now that they're 13, they're still on the cusp of watching some of the edgier movies. Although some of them are edgier than Russell's Bears is pretty edgy. But Gran Torino. Remember that movie?
that's pretty nuts.
It's not. That's right. You know, about somebody overcoming the racism. Yeah.
They should have it on their emails.
It's a great movie.
That'd be a way.
Do you want to plug this in?
Nope, here, I got an idea.
I saw, they didn't turn on the lights
Let's
for
see
us
that,
in Holland.
No, we're getting internet now, but he's got the,
So we ended up on field two.
Last night?
Here,
We were
I got an
next
idea.
to- I said,
We'll do
Oh,
this.
yeah. Andre said that you saw her.
Saw Noah get hit.
He was excited.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
all about
It's true.
Yeah, so you got 2 hits
Just
that game.
download it and put it on
So
yours.
describe
That's the
both
best
of them
way
to
to do
me.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah. No, he's doing pretty well.
Well, the other problem is if you're trying to remote
Yeah.
through VPN,
Well,
you can't VPN
he
through
said he
your
got some
own
good fielding
network.
in. He played 3 innings, half a game.
So you could hit it through the Ethernet cable there, which is
More than
possible.
him, and you were there for one of these.
And we may do that, but this may work just as well.
Okay. He's one of the youngest couple kids on the team. That's right.
It won't be quite as
The
elegant,
team is
but
gelling as a group.
it'll be very meta.
Yeah, he's been working on it a lot.
Is he doing any
So we can use
He may pitch
PDF
tomorrow.
of it.
Okay.
I'll show things showing up in it.
Mhm.
There you go.
All in anticipation.
Oh. This is going to be the best wellness presentation ever.
Man, oh man. You're not kidding.
All right. Jeff Hale, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to be seen, and thanks for being here and for allowing us to talk with you a little bit about FY23 and our benefits and wellness program. This is the culmination of about a year's worth of work as we cycle through, and we're excited to talk with you and those of you who are left. So just briefly, we'll talk to you a little bit about where we are in the current plan year financially. We'll go through some results on our clinic, our on-site health clinic feasibility study, which you asked of us earlier on this year, as well as provide you with a menu of some potential benefits enhancements. As you know, we're struggling to retain and recruit folks, and we wanted to take a fresh look at things and see what we could offer you as things that we could do, at least in the FY23 timeframe. And then we'll touch on our active cost projections in terms of FY23 budget as well as retirees, and then look at some benchmarking information just as some context. There's certainly a lot of information in this presentation. A lot of it has been backed out into the appendix, but certainly glad to talk to you about any questions you have, and certainly in your budget deliberations, this will be a path towards hopefully what we see as some progress in our benefits. So the first thing to understand is that we are on target in terms of budget year. We hit our marks in 2021, which you may recall we're on a calendar plan year, even though we're on a fiscal year. So I want to sort of give a shout out to Irv Morris, who's sitting right here with Epic Consultants, and the actuary there is David Mulholland, and they consistently keep us right in the zone. Also want to mention that Laura Welch is here, our Assistant HR Director, and with Tracy Mason out, I brought backup. So make sure that I stay on task. Our claims were up in 2021 over 2020. That 13.7% number is driven, as far as we can tell, by a couple of fairly apparent patterns. One, I'll jump to the second point first, which is COVID-19, certainly at the end of 2020 and into 2021. Treatment, testing, vaccinations, all had an impact, just particularly on our retirees. And so that created some jump in our costs. I will tell you on the good side of that coin, in terms of management and experience, we had a slightly higher COVID rate than other employers, but we're more diverse and we're older, so that's not unexpected. But our cost in terms of per test, per case, and treatment were much lower. And so despite all of that, we weathered that storm pretty well. We would hope and expect in the coming year to see some relief. Yes, sir.
When you say other employers, do you mean here in Athens or other government employers?
I would say both other government and employers over 50.
And is that just looking at Georgia? I guess I'm just curious because of the statewide.
No, that's a broader look. It's, yeah. So we compare pretty favorably in that arena. And our vaccination rate is also higher by comparison. Sort of stepping back up the slide, we continue to see some large claimants, and unfortunately that was up. These sort of large or catastrophic claims are those that sort of meet or exceed our stop-loss deductible, which is $200,000. So if you get 10 of those, that's $2 million that the unified government has to lay out before that insurance kicked in, because we're self-funded. You can see that by a claims per thousand basis, we went up from 6.5 to 8.0. We would expect that trend to continue next year just by the nature of the cases that we have. Those are ongoing chronic conditions that will repeat themselves each year. And so for some of those folks, we're expecting to see that continue in FY23. We have human beings, and human beings get cancer. They have CF, and they have cystic fibrosis or MS, all kinds of conditions that come with that. So those are sort of the things that the cost of taking care of folks on that front. Just generally speaking, writ large in the market, the medical plan trend has been, will remain to be that 9-10% in both pharmacy and medical costs. That just basically means from year to year, we're trying to keep the increases at bay. We're trying to bend that cost curve over years, and we're trying to pull every lever we can to keep that from impacting both the government and employees. To that end, you asked us to consider, and this idea has come up frequently, an on-site employee clinic. And so we engaged Epic, our insurance and benefits consultants, to take a look at this with us and for us. What they did is essentially went out to market with some of our data without identifying who we were. And we got 3 very large, reputable providers of clinic services to take a look at our parameters, the type of care we might offer, our sort of census data, and kind of come back and tell us, what does that look like in terms of both cost and return? And that top line, you'll see that the vendors sort of come back with an average of sort of a $1.19 per every dollar invested in the first year, and by the third year, maybe as much as 1.84. Our good friends at Epic would suggest that they're trying to sell us services, they're fans of their models, and certainly they're a bit optimistic, and they would qualify that a bit down to sort of that break even in year one to maybe up to 1.5 over a few years. And what's happening in that time is you hopefully are driving utilization of the clinic. It's a big heavy lift to get people to change behavior around their personal health care. And they have to develop trust, and they have to see the benefit of that, if you can find it. I think if there were a third line here with HR, we would suggest even the bottom line return is probably a little optimistic. And the reason we would say that is it assumes about 50% utilization in the first year, which doesn't sound realistic to us, given what we know about our folks. However, that doesn't mean we still wouldn't see some modest savings in year 3. Perhaps year 4, you might start to see that pay off. It just might be a little more attenuated. Most of our competitors, or comparables in Georgia, do have some sort of model of on-site clinic. So there's an opportunity there in terms of enhancing benefits packages and how we compare to other jurisdictions where a clinic like this might be welcome and well utilized by employees. So that is there. And we can see some modest savings, which would come from things like a little bit less expensive maintenance drugs, the generic drugs that could be prescribed by a nurse practitioner, lower cost visit with a nurse practitioner, things like that, perhaps more hands-on chronic care or disease management that might attend if you get people in there. So that is sort of the initial kind of blush on the clinic. We would tell you that the average sort of cost for standing something like this up in year 1, it ranges from about $500,000 to about $720,000, which averages out to about $600,000. That would cover the cost of implementation of the clinic in terms of staff salaries, the benefits that it would take. I mean, there's considerable staff time that's going to be devoted to this, and we'd have to fund ACC staff in terms of taking on a heavy lift like this. So assuming you didn't have to build new space, and we're looking about an initial 600 or 800 square feet to convert if it were existing, it's about $100,000, a little more. So about $700,000 all in the first year. Maybe by year 3 or 4, you're gaining $400,000 back.
I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I was debating saving it to the end or asking now, but since we are talking about the clinic feasibility, have we considered some kind of partnership with the Athens Neighborhood Health Center, since we do, provide independent agency funding for them annually, perhaps like supplementing that, and encouraging our employees to take advantage of their very low cost services?
We have not. This was a specific ask that we went out to market to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's more
but
of a question
no.
for
I know that
folks more like here longer than me, manager,
Yes, ma'am.
mayor. Yeah.
No, we've not attempted that partnership. This was really the first level is to set our expectations, and I think based on what we described, it's not going to generate tremendous savings.
Mm-hmm.
It does provide additional benefits, and perhaps will, if made more convenient or accessible, and certainly you could do some pharmacy in with that. You might get people to access healthcare a little bit more. But if really the next step with exploring partnerships, if you wanted to go that route, is trying to determine how much money we're talking about, and you're talking about, I think, somewhere between $750,000 to $1 million a year, depending on how it's staffed. And then that, if you want to go further than that, you'd have to do an RFP, and you'd probably invite Athens Neighborhood Health Center, Piedmont, St. Mary's, and others to participate. And I'm sure there's some nationwide vendors that would be interested in that as well. I think, yeah, so, but I'm not the expert here, and I'm talking the most, so sorry.
But is the clinic, help me understand, how would our benefits insurer reimburse care provided to our employees at a clinic that we operate?
Be the same as going to a primary care physician. Anthem would.
It get reimbursed, right? So, but we're saying, even though there's this reimbursal happening, we would still have some fixed costs just to operate it or contract for somebody to operate it.
I may be
Yes.
misunderstanding reimbursement, so either you could hire a third-party company to run the clinic, or they would be employees. Perhaps that's a whole nother, but, you know, it can be set up any number of ways. I think what we talked about, there would be a minimal copay in the assumptions here, and then pharmacy could have a minimal copay. But, you know, I don't know if we're really involving Anthem at that point.
You know,
You certainly want Anthem to know about healthcare being delivered because it has impact down the food chain. So they would be involved. Like you said, it would be at a less cost. It's gotta be
Yeah,
at a
I
less
mean-
cost. It's got to be an incentive for them to go.
Yeah, I mean, if we're offsetting claims employees would make to Anthem by providing care directly to them ourselves, then we should be getting something from Anthem, right? Either a discount or, right? Because otherwise, the employee goes to their doctor and sends Anthem the bill.
That's part of the problem in driving utilization, perhaps. Other than you may have folks who just, maybe they commute from North Georgia and they're on the job and they need care during the day.
Yeah.
There's ways for them to access that care a little more rapidly in terms of getting in and getting out, getting perhaps a free or at cost generic drug, a maintenance drug that they might not otherwise fill that prescription. So those are things. This is not a game changer when we start to talk about the overall cost curve. There's some modest savings. There's some potential productivity in terms of getting people back to work where maybe this is quicker than urgent care or telehealth that doesn't get access because people aren't comfortable with that for whatever reason. Part of doing this is this the right thing to do for employees because it's something they would appreciate and use? And does it give us some modest savings and maybe productivity benefits? But if this ask was a reaction to sort of 10% a year of baseline increase in medical costs for not only Athens-Clarke County, but every employer everywhere, this has some effect, but it is not some major.
What effect would it have on the catastrophic claims?
To the extent that you might have
Because
someone.
those are the ones we're really paying,
Yes,
right?
sir.
We're really laying out.
It's a good question. To the extent that someone accesses medical care more frequently, you may catch things earlier. You may start to see behavioral change or compliance with medication, things of that nature. It's attenuated.
Yeah.
But certainly we would hope and expect to see somewhere down the line that would be our hope. And I suppose that would be a performance measure that we would try to see if we could connect causally to a clinic use.
So Jeff, if we remained interested
Yeah.
in this model, you know, what would the next steps be to sort of mock up a couple of versions of what this could look like?
And one other thing that I was going to say is we have a very robust wellness program. And so when you talk about partnership, this could be viewed more as an enhancement of employee benefits, and that we're showing that we care very much about our employees. We provide a centralized wellness center. Our gym is out at the mall right now, which is being, repurposed. And so this would be, if we were talking about partnership, it would be an enhancement of our wellness program, provide, just envision if you had, say, meeting rooms, meeting space, or a place to meditate and do yoga and things like that, in addition to the clinic services. So
Our plan, early on in the wellness, which is probably 20 years old, that program by now, was eventually, you would co-locate wellness with something like this, whether it was a clinic per se, or whether it offered the fitness center, something of that nature. Forsyth County just spent money on something similar. I think in January that came out where they did a center for employees. If we really want to dream, there's a way to eat at cost healthy food there. There's a way for people to interact in that center. There's a lot of things we could do if this is an effort at sort of wellness, at enhancing our position in the market and differentiating ourselves from some people who just have a clinic per se. That is something to think about. That's what we would dream about if we were doing something for the employees.
I mean, we are having trouble hiring and onboarding new employees. This could be an enhancement, we do. Would you agree? I mean, HR, is it?
Depending upon
Provide a
how
term
you
sheet,
market it, yes, sir.
Hey, we've got a clinic. Hey, do you need a doctor? We have a clinic that's available where you can easily get an appointment.
I will also tell you there's a flip side to that coin that we find among employees where they might view their employer or the government as seeking insight into their health.
Okay.
And so that's something you have to overcome with communication. That's why I say it's a heavy lift. You have to build that, and we have a strong wellness culture where we have some pegs to hang this hat on, right? We have some people who are well regarded and trusted and appreciated in terms of the work they do for employees. We would probably be tasking that wellness group with this if this were to be something we move forward with. Ma'am?
Do we know what our employees want on this? Have we done a survey?
You read my mind.
Yeah, and have we done a survey of benefits overall with our employees that you can share with us?
Sure. We would certainly advise that we do some considered survey of our employees to see here's what this might look like. What would be the likelihood of your using this? Why and why not? And is this how you would prefer to see dollars spent on it, or what? Everyone who leaves says that our benefits aren't as good as where they're going, and we beg to differ because I think that can't be true, and it's not oftentimes. But I do think it's important to talk to employees if this is an enhancement, if it's about recruitment and retention. Who knows better than they?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be great for us to have, some kind of detailed, feedback from our employees about all the benefits, so that we know where there are issues and where we could do better. That would be helpful for me as a policy maker.
I would agree as an administrator as well.
Jesse, follow up on this?
Yeah, I'm just, while we're here, thinking about how to pay for it, if we do want to stand this up, are the upfront costs of standing up a clinic like this, if we decide to go that route, an eligible use of ARPA funds?
Well, I would say yes, if you recognized it as revenue recovery. So revenue recovery means, and finance has determined that, you could classify most of the funds that way. And then I think the qualification after that, Judd, would just be that it would be funds spent on things that you would normally spend government service, except for pension funds and debt, I think. So.
I think it's an authorized expenditure, no question.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Health and
All right.
wellness.
Thanks, Jeff.
And one.
Tim?
Just for clarification on this too, with the feasibility study, was this just for active employees, or is this also for retirees pulled in too?
I think it would be active employees only at this point. Certainly part of the path towards this is to start small and build. And that could be an eventual part of it, as well as like some of the occupational services could be built in. But I think you start to build out as you go and manage those costs and make sure that the ROI is there to continue to do that. It certainly could be. I don't see any reason why not. It's, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. And do we know?
Yeah.
Sure. Makes sense to ramp it up.
We have probably in the neighborhood of about 3,000 members in our plans.
Yeah.
So.
And do we know if any of those other similar local governments, if they have the programs they have, if they include retirees also, or dependents? Do we know?
I don't.
Not sure.
We can find that out.
Okay.
We've visited some clinics in recent years, and that's not a question that I don't think I've asked.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Are you talking about pre-65 retirees?
Yeah.
Or-
Mm.
Talking about pre-65. Post-65.
Yeah. But, and again, all dependents, so that'd be, you know.
Yeah, and I don't know what our census is in terms of how the percentage that stay
Right.
local, and that would have to be, that's a good question. So, we good on that front as I? Okay. So we took a look at benefits writ large, and again, with recruitment and retention, obviously there's this tension between we want to bend the cost curve and be mindful of stewardship of dollars, but we also want to recruit and retain people. So a number of things have come up. The first thing, and this one's not actually on there, and I'm sorry about that, but we definitely want to open up in terms of enrollment in our plans. Right now, everybody who's new is forced into a high deductible plan. We've sort of crossed that threshold, and we feel like we'll start to give new employees the choice where they want to land. Number one, from a short-term disability standpoint, we're a little bit tough on the elimination period before benefits kick in. It's 30 days. The average is more towards 10. By reducing that time period, we allow any employee with a medical issue quicker access to those short-term disability benefits. The added sort of benefit of doing that is that every childbirth then would fall under that 10-day elimination period, whereas now, if a new mother has to wait 6 weeks for short-term disability to kick in, she's no longer in that window of childbirth. She would have to have complications to get into short-term. So this effectively gives everybody a boost and captures childbirth in terms of income benefits and their availability under short-term. That is something that we felt was important. It's also going to allow employees to conserve their paid leave and reduce the need for donated leave when people get in dire straits.
I support that.
Question, Carol?
Yeah, I support it, but I also want to know, one of my big things is maternity and paternity leave, and why we have we ever explored offering that as a benefit. It's something that's very dear to my heart, in support of families and employees and women in particular. And I know there are counties across the nation that do offer that, and I'd like to be at the forefront of doing that. Have we explored
Sure.
that and the financial implications of it?
So I would offer that we do have maternity and paternity leave. It doesn't have a special name for it, but through accrued leave in the way that employees accrue sick leave and annual leave, comp time and managerial time.
I understand that. I mean, I worked for the state for years, but that's a whole different thing than maternity and paternity leave.
Sure, so you could have a separate
Yeah,
leave type.
right.
We don't have an ordinance or a special leave accrual right now, or grant of leave. That's certainly something that could be.
Have we analyzed the cost that would incur, or how that would work?
Not to date, no.
Jeff, I think the real impact's just staffing, right? If somebody goes out for an extended period of time, then somebody's going to need to perform that position.
Well, at this point, I would offer again that because we offer leave for these purposes and because family medical leave allows it, I don't know that unless we had more births because of having.
Yeah.
It could marginally affect costs, but to your point, sir, I don't know that it really has a large impact. It's another liability if we chose to pay that out on separation, if people had accrued maternity or paternity leave and didn't use it. But those are
Yeah,
the
I
kinds
don't
of
think-
things
I
we
don't
could
think
work
you-
through.
Accrue it. Yeah, I think it would be, for a lot of young people in childbearing years, it would be an incentive to stay at a job, and for recruiting purposes. I know that kind of thing is important for my daughters, who are both professionals.
It'd be interesting in seeing that model as a standalone program.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in that as well. I mean, it's kind of telling. I don't put this on y'all. This is just how
Yeah.
it falls.
Yeah.
But the fact that short-term disability is where, childbirth would be covered is, it, I think, reveals something about kind of the way our healthcare system contemplates,
Well, that's not where it falls, where it's designated to fall. We're proposing extending that benefit to folks in that
Okay.
situation. They accrue vacation,
Right.
sick leave, comp time. They have, a relatively generous leave program. That does not necessarily speak to what you're speaking
Yeah.
about, ma'am, and I don't disagree with you, and that's definitely something we can take a look at. Absolutely.
And I guess
But and I don't mean to, I agree that that's an awkward
Yeah.
way to look at it.
Yeah.
We mean no harm. We would like to suggest that the Mayor and Commission consider potentially adding a paid holiday or two, where we currently have 9, and we're glad to have those. Most of our comparables have 10 or 11. The state now has 13, having just adopted Juneteenth. Out to the right, you can see some things that we thought of as far as potential paid holidays, and offer those up for consideration. Again, cost around this is just simply, we're closed, and there's the relative productivity that's involved. There would be some departments that would probably have to work and bank a holiday, say if it were Juneteenth or Earth Day, because we're often active in those activities and programs. Tuition reimbursement. Sorry. We good? Okay. Tuition reimbursement is something we have in place. HR has not been able to really in good faith market that or advertise that at this point. Around FY20, we saw the funding sort of become encumbered in the fall semester, and that was that. And so in some ways, it's worse to market something and then people be disappointed than to not have it at all. And we are sort of at that break point where we're sort of asking the question, would it be good to continue this? We have some good metrics and experience, and it's a very popular program. One thing I want you to be aware of is that while we see participation and degrees across departments, across levels from the very top all the way down, from masters to associates, 70%, almost 70%, 69% of applicants are public safety. So that speaks to a high need we have to attract and keep folks where they are high users of that program if it's there. And so we've included in our budget a request for some funding there. And then we could maybe market that more broadly and make it more public. And last, just some issues for financial wellness. The Defined Contribution Board has had some interest in allowing folks who have a 457, a defined contribution plan, have a self-loan option for sudden expenses, appliances, car, medical bills, whatever the case may be, without, there's a lot of rules built in to pay yourself back so that we don't put people in a position of sort of defeating their retirement savings, which is another value. But it's a little bit of flexibility for employees. Likewise, allowing some payroll deduction for educational savings in the form of 529s. And oddly, we get requests around, maybe not oddly, I'm a dog lover, and pet insurance is, the cost of health care for pets is, if you have one, no joke. And so we've seen people ask for an option, a voluntary benefit that would be employee paid, but again, sometimes it's those things that speak to people that may not seem as important as some of the other things we might consider. Yes, sir.
And yeah, I think all four of these are great recommendations for enhancements. One other one, which I'm not sure if has been considered too deeply, is childcare subsidies. And the main reason I bring this up is serving on Vision Athens, something that this county government funds to a good degree. One of the recommendations they've been making for childcare, improving childcare situation in Athens-Clarke County, is encouraging employers to do childcare subsidies. And so it really seems like if that's one of the recommendations coming there, and something that we're funding those recommendations, it probably behooves us to actually enact those recommendations also. And hopefully, of course, we have potentially the government building and stuff being built that maybe we could have childcare there provided there too at some point. But I don't know. I think that might be a smart thing, even if it's starting out with a smaller subsidy and kind of scaling up to some degree. I think it could be something that could be helping recruit employers that have families. So.
Do we have an option for people to have a, what do we call it? I had an option as a state employee to have a child care savings account.
Flexible spending.
Flexible spending
Yes,
account.
ma'am, we
that
do.
Then we have that for
Yes, ma'am.
employees.
We do.
Can I just ask you a question here? Because I have had a couple of people ask me about this in general, and I don't understand it completely myself. This is a very basic question, but we're self-employed. I mean, we're self-insured here. Is there a history, and maybe you could get this to me later on it, of why we're not involved in any of the state, the statewide county government or municipal insurances possibilities, and whether or not those would be more economical for us? I mean, you're in a bigger pool, so I don't quite understand that. Similarly, I know there's the GMA. Aren't we self-funded for pensions as well? Or no?
We
Right.
we are 100% employer
Yeah.
funded on the pension side. We are self-funded on the risk side of the house in terms of claims. We are self-funded on the healthcare side as well. And one of the things, this discussion comes up from time to time as to the benefits of being fully insured versus being self-insured.
Yeah.
There's almost no question that being on the self-insured side is, for an organization our size, more economical for lots of reasons. First and foremost, you have flexibility with your plan designs. You have access to claims data. You have flexibility of making decisions on your own, independent of overriding Anthem at times. We can carve out different parts of our program rather than taking it in whole. If you go fully insured, you're having more predictability around your costs, but you're paying a lot more because they're insuring risk at a higher level. You're paying whatever it is, whatever your experience is as an organization around healthcare, how many claims you have, you're paying that premium no matter what. And so you don't get the benefit of a good year, and you're going to get the hit on a bad year. And so I can definitely send you a little more cogent explanation of that as to why we're self-insured, but this does come up frequently, and it's, again, people reaching for that magic bullet to healthcare that isn't there.
Well, I know I was looking at some of these I think it's on the next slide, or maybe we just
Yes,
pair
ma'am.
the benchmarking on the deductibles and such, and
Sure.
how that affects employee morale if we're having these high deductible and costs. So those are just questions I want to look at.
And we do have those. We can make adjustments to those because we're self-insured, and we do from time to time. And I'll talk about that in just a moment.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Briefly, in terms of active cost projection, remember that we are on a calendar plan year, so we're early. There's a lot of trend built into the numbers, those 10, 12, 13% healthcare costs. But essentially, this is just a summary slide that there's more detail in the back. But for FY23, just for the active population, that's about 18 point. Actually, that's total 18.8 for the entire healthcare costs. That's about a 10% difference from last year, which that number 10% keeps coming up. So we're running pretty close to trend. On the retiree side, we are seeing some elevated costs here. COVID hit our retiree population, as you might expect, but we're seeing between 22 recast and what we're projecting, it's about $500,000, $600,000 additional. In terms of the benchmarking, let me stop there and just make sure. Okay. With the benchmarking, you point out correctly, Commissioner Myers, that our deductibles and our out-of-pocket maxes are a little bit higher than our comparators. One thing I would offer is that part of our strategy is to make sure that it's not you just go to the doctor and send your claim to the insurance company and it gets paid, and there's no sort of opportunity to impact your own costs and the costs for the government. So we have transparency tools for people to seek lower cost care at the same quality. We have wellness dollars, considerable wellness dollars available at the tune of about $1,300 a year that an employee can earn back off their premiums. It's considerable. And so what we want to do is have employees have some skin in the game versus just simply easing off of those levers. Let's partner together. And as you saw on the front slide, we have a tremendous culture and participation and compliance levels with care that a lot of organizations don't enjoy. And because of that, we often see our premiums lower. And the key to that, to your self-funded question, is we have access to data, and we can see, not names, but we can see patterns of conditions that we can program to in response to help employees with their challenges. And so if we're seeing mental health costs go up, we have the ability to see that and program to it.
Commissioner Link had a question on this slide.
Yeah, I actually have a question in general, and I'm not sure what slide it would pertain to. But I'm wondering, do we charge a monthly tobacco user fee?
Yes.
We do. Would we consider charging a monthly fee for unvaccinated employees for all sorts of vaccines? I feel like we have paid out quite a bit in COVID treatment. This is a completely avoidable illness at this point. I feel like that would be one way to encourage vaccinations among our employees and avoid some of these payouts if we can avoid some folks from getting sick and all the other detrimental results from that.
We have certainly sought to incentivize vaccination in every way that we know we can, short of either a fee or a break for people who are vaccinated, whichever side, carrot or stick, whichever you want to talk about. I think it remains to be seen in the legal realm whether that's something that would be a defensible practice, and whether we want to be the vanguard or not, I'm not sure. That would require some thoughts from Anthem for sure, and perhaps some legal advice.
Other employers have they've required vaccines. This wouldn't be a requirement. It's simply a penalty if you don't get them. Does the attorney have any insight into that?
I want to do some research on that, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm. I'd be interested to hear.
A model if you have seen some public sector employers use that tool.
Yeah.
Public sector.
Yeah. I mean,
Private sector. Delta Airlines put in a surcharge.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have.
It hasn't been a lot of discussion around it lately, much as it was a year ago.
I mean, I know that there are, prohibitions in Georgia state law at this point, but I'm wondering if, that since it's not it wouldn't be a requirement, merely a fee.
Well, if people see that as taking property from them in some way, either by inequitable treatment or loss of money through a fee, as a government employer, we get into constitutional issues that I'm sure the attorney
I'm sure you
could look
show
through
the
for us.
loss to the benefit system in general on paying out costs for people getting treated for this disease that is completely preventable at this point. I mean, there would be an interesting case there, I'm sure.
Obesity in many cases is preventable, and many other conditions are easily preventable, and it starts to get into having preferences or creating, and certainly we know smoking is one of those things. Whether COVID-19 is at that point in the science, and I don't know, but your logic makes great sense in many ways, and certainly we want to see as many people vaccinated as possible, and we'll continue to work on that.
Melissa, yet another question?
I think that was my main question. Oh yeah, my other comment was on the idea of the clinic and childcare. I mean, it occurred to me that I could see how a clinic might not attract a lot of users because people do have their, favorite doctors, family doctors, and the idea of going to the doctor at your employer may not be very palatable to some for privacy issues or whatever. But, whatever cost might go into running a clinic, I feel like would be of great benefit if those costs were instead put into running a child care facility, a nonprofit child care facility that would be, our employees would certainly pay for, but, I would think that payment would be lower and much more convenient to them than a lot of the other options out there. So just thinking in the future, when we're talking about retention and employee benefits, I feel like that's something that we really
I think
should
that's
pursue.
great conversation. I think going to our employees and trying to discern what's of value to them, and then what at the same time, is sustainable and good for the government as well. I think these are good discussions, and in enhancing our benefits, normally we don't get asked that question. We're normally, why does it cost so much, drive those back down. And so getting into this arena of enhancements and taking care of employees is welcome.
All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, I do have someone asking a question of me that I just wanted to bring up. That was, I guess the question was whether or not we provide medical benefits for, for trans, treatments that trans employees might have, such as hormone therapies that are often listed as elective. Are they elective on our policies as well?
We provide coverage for those who are undergoing transition in a transsexual sense. That again is one of those things that, as a self-insured program, we have some control over, and that is part of our coverage. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Jesse.
I'm glad Commissioner Myers raised that up. I can guess who's contacting you. I had that on my list of too many questions here as well. So we're getting pinged on that on our human relations campaign score, right? That's one of the things that we lose points for, is not having trans-friendly health insurance. So I guess I'd maybe that's something staff could look into as to like, is that just they don't know that we have this thing that they're asking us to have, or is there something they're asking us to have that we still don't?
I'm not aware of anything that's been requested. I can tell you we do cover that. I don't know why. It's not something necessarily we're marketing for, but it is part of our coverage, and so maybe that's something that just needs to be communicated across. And in return, what may be missing.
You'll know what I'm referring to with the HRC score. Yeah.
Yep.
I had seen that, yeah. Thank you all very much.
All right.
Can I ask one more question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
I know it's late, y'all. You mentioned the diseases that people are suffering, and I'm curious if we have data on trends on a per department basis I was pretty struck by like the fire department talking about a lot of the cancer prevention work they're doing. But, is that data that we have collected? And if so, are we able to identify certain departments where the staff or the people who have retired but were staff have suffered a certain type of ailment?
That's probably not part of the feed that we get from Anthem.
Okay.
No.
Does that seem like a feasible or reasonable thing to try to do, or is it?
I don't know how we could. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Certainly. Yeah, I'm aware of the risk in fire. We offer that insurance to all our on a per member basis for fire.
I know my
cancer,
colleague here
but-
is very worried about the leaf blowers. We've been talking about the cancer-causing causes of leaf blow. So, it would be interesting to note if we're seeing that the people who are suffering cancer are, by the data, more likely to be working for certain departments.
That's a good take. We'll take that away.
Sure.
All right.
You get leaf blowers in there. I made it good for you.
You did well. All right, that's it, right?
All right,
That's it.
we get to see the CDBG recommendation coming out of HCD. Melinda, thank you.
Mayor, thank you for coming with me.
Manager Williams. Hey, Blaine.
You'll not see me.
Is the two floating holidays ask part of what you put in your budget?
That's okay.
There's really not financial liability, it's just a lead
Just
issue.
shut down, just close.
So we could
Y'all go
we can
13?
we could change the number of holidays without that being a budget action.
Yeah. I don't.
Is that how do we go about doing that? What do we do to make that happen?
Holiday ordinance?
You just declare those holidays, yeah. We would tee it up for you. What you think about is which one.
You're closer, so
Juneteenth
I'm afraid if I've been down
also.
too far, I might not get
We
up.
would suggest maybe Veterans Day.
Has anyone looked at Has anyone looked at doing like a
Yes,
like
sir.
you mentioned like people end up banking holidays because like if it was election day, all of our election stuff have to work. On just like them being default floating holidays.
Really good. You said it's easier to have it.
Yeah. Like if we just added 2 holidays to everyone's schedule, they can kind of apply where they want.
No, it's not like that. For those that have shift work or 24/7 that have to work, water treatment plants, police, jail, if they had to work that holiday, they get another day off.
Yeah, that's.
And they pick that one, but otherwise.
I mean, like on like a per department basis. So like, I had an employer where the staff get together every year, kind of like we do for the alcohol and.
All right, y'all, I think the computer's fired up. We are fortunate to
Is that
have
a way it could go?
Melinda Lohr from Housing and Community
I mean, the way we
Development,
treat her.
along with Interim Director Andrew Saunders. Andrew, thank you. Other duties as assigned?
Hi, good evening. As the mayor said, my name is Melinda Lord, and I am the current Community Development Administrator for the Housing and Community Development Department. Tonight, I will be presenting the FY23 CDBG funding recommendations. Purpose is to review the consolidated plan and strategic plan goals, to explain our CDBG application review process, to review the CDBG proposals and funding recommendations, and then to review the remaining CDBG schedule. The consolidated plan is a needs assessment and resource review. Okay. HUD requires that our consolidated plan be created to help communities determine where CDBG resources can fill those gaps in order to develop affordable housing and create economic development, public services, public facilities, and improvements projects. And it's also an assessment tool for making data-driven, place-based investment decisions in conjunction with community consultation and citizen participation. The Vision Committee advises HCD on the consolidated plan in our annual action plan projects that are to be funded with CDBG, pardon me. In 2019, HCD presented the proposed FY 21 through 25 consolidated plan goals, so it's a 5-year consolidated plan. In September of 2019, the Mayor and Commission approved those consolidated plan goals. And in October of 2021, HCD hosted a virtual application release meeting for its FY23 CDBG funds, CDBG estimated funds. And between October and November of 2021, staff provided comprehensive technical assistance to applicants and interested parties for CDBG funding. In December of 2021, proposals were shared with the Vision Committee. And then on January 24th of 2022, staff met with the Vision Committee to review all of the FY23 CDBG applications. We answered questions and allowed them to discuss those applications amongst each other. I'm sorry. Sorry. Our current Vision Committee members include the 10 listed here. The term for service of Vision Committee members is 3 years, but that's not limited. They are welcome if they are reapproved to serve another 3 years once their first 3-year term runs out. The Vision, you don't have to worry about it. That Vision Committee is a 10-member citizen advisory committee board that serves as, they are our community engagement advisors. So they have their own prioritizations based on their review of these applications, and they assist HCD with their prioritizations in determining which grant funding awards or recommendations would be made. The FY 21 through 25 approved consolidated plan goals include activities for affordable housing development and redevelopment, economic development and workforce development, education and enrichment, homeless services, special populations, and public infrastructure activities. Our neighborhood revitalization plans include the Hancock Corridor, Census Tracts 6 and 9, and East Athens area, which covers Census Tracts 301 and 302. What the neighborhood revitalization plans allow us to do is target geographic areas for the greatest benefit for the area. It also allows CBDOs, community development organizations, to provide public service economic development and neighborhood revitalization projects that would typically be considered public services, but they're not subject to the 15% public service cap.
I just was asking Commissioner Denson about the changes in census tracts, if that at all impacts these revitalization areas, or if we're just using the census tracts as reference for a stable geographic zone.
These so far currently are the approved by Mayor and Commission census tracts.
So those stay the same regardless of what
we could, based on HUD data that's provided to us, reapply if we wanted to attempt to expand those nurses. That is a possibility. It hasn't been done so far, so we have these 4 tracks.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it might be good to revisit just to ensure that we are focusing on needs as they, shift about the county. But that's all. Yeah.
Okay. This is a snapshot of the application requests that were received compared to the recommended projects. It's also a snapshot of the amount that were requested compared to the available amount. For affordable housing activities, we received 4 eligible requests at approximately $1,110,000. And we received 6 requests for economic development activities at approximately $450,000, and 21 requests for public services at $664,000. That's a total of $2,216,334, but we only have approximately $1,378,300 available. So as you can see in this visual shot, there's a lot more requested than is actually available. Yes, Commissioner.
So I'm trying to decipher this graph and make sure I'm getting it clearly, because it looks like the administration costs are the same, even if whether the funding amount is large or small. So is that typical that the administration costs remain the same even if they receive less money?
HUD has a 20% admin cap for CDBG budget, and that goes towards staff salaries. So it's serving all of the grant administrators and the administrative operating activities of HCD itself. And that is a cap of 20%.
Gotcha.
We cannot exceed that.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that
I thought
is
it was
actually
administration of the grants by the organizations. I got it now.
So
Sorry.
essentially, it is the heart and soul of HCD staff.
Yeah.
Operations and salaries. So yes, we hit that 20%. We're not allowed to exceed it.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And then, of course, there is a 15% public services cap that is stipulated by HUD on those public services that cannot be exceeded. Any other questions? Are we ready to move forward? All right, so with affordable housing applications, Athens Area Habitat for Humanity requested $300,000 to complete minor to moderate homeowner rehab, handicap accessibility activities, and to support rehab and new construction of affordable housing activities. Staff is recommending $155,000. The Vision Committee prioritized this as number one for affordable housing. Athens Housing Authority requested $223,369 for acquisition, demolition, and support for new construction of affordable housing activities. Staff is recommending $150,000. The Vision Committee priority was tied for number 3. Athens Land Trust requested $275,000 for acquisition, homeowner down payment assistance, and support for rehabilitation and new construction of affordable housing activities. Staff is recommending $190,000, and the Vision Committee priority was number 2. And Historic Athens is asking for $223,369 to complete minor to moderate homeowner rehab of homes that are 50 years or older. Staff is recommending $115,395, and they tied for 3 with the Vision Committee priorities.
Can I ask a process question here with the Vision Committee? What is the process they use? Do they get a presentation for each one of these? And then is this just a ranking among the members that we listed before, or is there some other, where that, the priorities are coming from? Is there a presentation, discussion, and then a ranking?
We provide them with the FY23 CDBG release presentation. They're not actually, we don't provide them a direct one, but we do provide them with the presentation. Any new member of the Vision Committee is provided an orientation training prior to this process. Then all Vision Committee members receive all of the applications that we receive, so they're looking at the same information that we are. And then they have a rating tool that they use. And then what we have is a prioritization list, so they receive all 4 names, and they have to say, this is our number 1, this is our number 2. So then each one has their own priorities, and then there's an average.
Okay.
And that's how.
And are people doing this on their own?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, staff is available to assist them with
but
any
they're not
questions.
they're not all in a room doing this like you do with TSPLOST, doing that, or maybe that changed this year because of COVID.
No, they're independently doing this. Now, we do have the Vision Committee meeting. When they are doing their reviews, they are able to reach out to staff to ask questions. But another purpose of that meeting is to also answer any questions that may come up during that meeting. They are able to discuss the applications amongst themselves, ask questions, answer questions. And then if they do a prioritization list prior to that meeting, and then they are able to do a new prioritization submission after that meeting maybe they heard something that changed their mind, or maybe they got their answers that they needed, and it may have changed their prioritization.
And is that prioritization tool that you mentioned, is that something you could share with us?
I can give you it. I mean, the prioritization is just a list.
Or the ranking? No, there was some sort of
yes, yes, we
ranking.
can provide
Yeah,
that.
I'm just because this has come up a bunch of times with different community organizations.
Sure.
Asking, and I want to be able to understand the process. That's helpful for me. Thank
Sure.
you.
You're welcome.
Mariah, to follow up on this?
Thank you. I'm sorry if this was addressed already, but I see the Housing Authority and Historic Athens both requested identical amounts and were tied. But the Housing Authority was recommended to get 150,000 compared to Historic Athens 115. I wondered if you could shed some insight on that.
Some of it's based on performance and former expenditures, so that plays a large role in the recommendation. So if any money has been left on the table in the past, if they've had carry forward in the past, that certainly impacts staff's recommendations. So each year they've had carry forward, so we've reduced it as a result of that.
That makes sense. Cool.
Are we good to move forward? For micro-enterprise and economic development applications, Athens Land Trust requested $84,943 to complete micro-enterprise programs at West Broad Farmers Market and their Young Urban Farmers program. Staff is recommending $60,000, and the Vision Committee priority was number 3. East Athens Development Corporation, and let me just make a caveat statement that East Athens Development Corporation is a CBDO, so they are able to utilize the neighborhood revitalization benefit of public service economic development activities that exceed that 15% cap. So East Athens Development Corporation is requesting $49,750 for a job coaching program. Staff is recommending $30,000, and the Vision Committee priority was number 5. East Athens Development Corporation is also partnering with Operation One Family at a Time to complete job training and job placement assistance for certified nursing assistants, phlebotomy technician, and patient care technician certification training. They were requesting $150,000. Staff is recommending $100,000. And the Vision Committee prioritized them as number 1. East Athens Development Corporation, in partnership with Chess and Community Conference, United Community Outreach, and Cultivating a Lifetime of Legacy, are proposing to conduct youth economic development activities, requesting $50,000. Staff is recommending $33,000. The Vision Committee prioritized this as number 2. Goodwill of North Georgia is requesting $74,065 to complete microenterprise training for existing and new businesses. Staff is recommending $62,500, and the Vision Committee prioritized them as number 4. Sparrow's Nest submitted an ineligible public services application as an economic development. They're not a CBDO, so they cannot complete public services as an economic activity. So that was not a prioritized application.
This is probably the same answer. I just wanted to clarify as last time. But so Good Biz was ranked number 4, requested $74,000, and was recommended for $62,000. Though something higher ranked, Athens Land Trust, was ranked 3, but got a funding recommendation less than a lower ranked program, if that makes sense. Is it also the same thing of just previous carryover?
Previous carry forward, okay. and Goodwill has spent their funding and met their numbers. Land Trust has used carry forward. They've spent it, but they've spent it in a carry forward capacity.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Jesse.
Yeah, I'm just curious with the organization that was inapplicable. So would they be eligible if they applied in a different fashion, or are they just ineligible for CDBG generally because they're not a CBDO, if I'm getting
No.
the acronyms right?
They were specifically, this activity was ineligible for economic development. They did
Okay.
submit a public service activity. Had they submitted this as a public service activity, it would have been eligible.
Okay. And I'm guessing they were informed of that when they were told it was ineligible, so next year they can try again in the proper fashion, is that?
We make sure to communicate.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Was that, did they receive any technical assistance on their application?
We offer technical assistance on 4 separate occasions
They
to
did
Sparrow's Nest, but they didn't take
Okay,
advantage of
okay.
it.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. The public services, these projects are to provide supportive services, and we want to make sure that they're accessible to everyone. And HUD does cap public services funding at that 15% of the annual CDBG budget. The Public Services Challenge Grant guidelines used to be different. In 2006, the Mayor and Commission established the Challenge Grant that was subject to this cap at 3 years of funding. The first 2 years, they could receive $20,000, and the third year, they could receive $15,000. But applicants were unable to apply for funding for the same program after that 3-year consecutive term of funding. In 2018, the Mayor and Commission voted to restructure this challenge grant. We included a minimum award of $10,000. There's a 50% cash match requirement, and funding is now awarded on an annual basis, and it's no longer subject to the 3-year limit. In FY23, we made an administrative decision to reduce the required cash match to 25% due to financial hardships experienced by our nonprofits resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. Public Services Challenge Grants, Acceptance Recovery requested $20,000 for alumni treatment follow-up homeless transitional housing services for their recovery program graduates. Staff is recommending $18,000, and the Vision Committee priority was $19,000. Advantage Behavioral Health Systems is requesting $30,000 for their Homeless Day Service Center and Outreach Support Program to expand housing assistance and supportive services to individuals experiencing homelessness. Staff is recommending $17,000. Vision Committee priority is number 7. Athens Community Council on Aging is requesting $20,000 for their Senior Transportation Assistance Program. Staff is recommending $18,000. Vision Committee priority is number 6. Athens Land Trust is asking for $90,002 to complete comprehensive housing counseling and financial education for low to moderate income individuals. Staff is recommending $20,000. Vision Committee priority was tied at 11 and 12. Athens Nurses Clinic, and sorry, I will identify that the star beside the name is indicating that this is a newly funded recommended program. We have 4 of those for this cycle. They are asking for $20,000 to provide dental service to homeless individuals. Staff is recommending $18,000, and they were prioritized as number 1. And the ARC, UMOC, is asking for $25,000 to complete financial education, counseling, and financial products for low-income individuals. Staff is recommending $20,000, and the Vision Committee priority was tied at 11 and 12. Chess and Community Conference is requesting $39,470 for their Project Rewire program that includes STEM and critical thinking programs for low-income youth. Staff is recommending $20,000, and the Vision Committee priority was number 10. Divas Who Wins, a new applicant, is requesting $20,340 for their workforce development program for women in special populations groups. Staff is recommending $20,000, and the Vision Committee priority was number 3. Family Promise of Athens is requesting $20,000 to support family shelter and services for homeless families. Staff is recommending $20,000, and the Vision Committee priority was number 16. Georgia Conflict Center, a new applicant, is requesting $41,378 for the Restorative Justice Program to reduce criminalization of young people by serving as an alternative option to sentencing. Staff is requesting or is recommending $20,000. The Vision Committee priority was number 5. And Sparrow's Nest, a new applicant, is requesting $50,000 for supportive services to individuals experiencing homelessness. Staff is recommending $15,745, and the Vision Committee priority was number 2. Yes.
Patrick? Oh, I'm sorry. So the ACCA transportation program, is that similar to the Wheels of Hope Love Thy Neighbor program? And the reason why I say that, because Wheels of Hope, they apply every year, it seems, and basically for $10,000 they never get funded.
They are similar programs. The Wheels of Hope application is not as strong as the ACC application, and because of their duplicative services and the history of successful program operations from ACCA, staff is recommending that project.
So the ACCA, if I'm correct, if you live outside the bus zone and you need like transportation to a medical facility, it's $5 or something, right?
I believe, if I understand the program correctly, it can be, but if they don't have that ability to pay, then they're not charged for that. And if it's a CDBG service, then no, they're not being charged for that.
Okay.
CDBG would cover that cost.
And the Love My Neighbor program, like, they focus mainly on disabilities, elderly population for like groceries and medical stuff like that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And ACCA also is senior, but they also do disability assistance as well. That's why I say they're somewhat duplicative applications.
Okay.
Question? Here, back on the first page, I noticed that the second one down, the ACC High School Completion Initiative from the youth project name was ranked 4th, but there was no funding recommendation. Can you add anything to help us understand that?
Yes, this was a collaborative application between 5 different agencies. Unfortunately, the application did not really flesh out the clear roles of each agency. It also did not have clear understanding of what programs they were planning to operate, and so the performance measures weren't very strong. So what staff is recommending, and we understand that they are in the process of doing, is that they work with our grant specialists to help flesh out some of those roles and responsibilities, and understanding and describing the actual activities they plan and helping them create stronger performance measures. And we're recommending that they actually apply for some youth enrichment ARPA funding.
Okay.
If they were to receive CDBG, they would not be eligible for that ARPA funding, and because ARPA has more money available, it would actually be more beneficial for them to apply for and receive those funds, whereas CDBG is so limited in what we have available, it could hinder them from actually being a more robust project.
So is this a group who's taking advantage of the technical support that you all?
I can get back with you
On
and
that.
check with our grant specialists,
Okay.
but we are certainly offering that,
Okay.
and they're happy to provide it.
Yeah, and was the vision, is this something that the Vision Committee, like what was the Vision Committee's reaction to this? Because they ranked it pretty high. Did they?
They didn't argue that the roles and responsibilities weren't very well fleshed out, but they did have a community focus on youth projects and programs. So you tended to see a higher level, a ranking on all of those projects and programs that were targeted toward youth. So I don't want to speculate for them, but that
Right.
was just the impression that we received from that.
I have a question that piggybacks off that. I know Commissioner Hull is also waiting to speak. Did I hear you say earlier that this coalition, under the umbrella of EADC, was recommended funding for the Youth Economic Development Program?
A different application. This is a different.
Okay, so they
this
weren't
is a
involved in that.
totally different one.
Okay, I must have just misheard you. Okay.
Sorry about that. No, yes, EADC applied with 3 different youth providers, nonprofit agencies.
Oh, so it was some sort of coalition.
It
but
was
not
a
the same
coalition,
one.
but
Gotcha.
it was under the auspices of EADC. So EADC is actually,
Yeah.
their role is very clearly defined.
Gotcha. Do you
Whereas
know
this
oh,
is.
sorry.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Oh, what do you know? Remember the names of those organizations they're partnering with?
It's the people in the youth that
It is the same people.
At least some of them are the
Two,
Some of the
I
same.
believe 2 of them were,
Okay.
and that was another concern, was that there was some potential overlap
Yeah.
of services that was of concern.
Gotcha.
Can I follow up with one, Tim? Is that okay?
What's that?
Another one. Also the Casa de Amistad, that was like number 8, and that was no funding recommendation on that. Is that?
We, Casa de Amistad has been struggling, especially through COVID. We have not received monthly reports or reimbursements from them since November of last year. And as of November, they had only expended about 2,000 of their full budget. So and they have left money on the table the past couple of years. So there's concern that we will certainly do our best to assist them, and we have been trying to work with them, providing ongoing technical assistance to help them rebuild that agency and their services. But at this time, we just kind of felt like we need to really try to help them get back on track before we continue to invest money that's potentially going to be put back into the middle line. And when public services money isn't expended, it goes back to the middle line. It can't be used for future public services projects because of that cap.
Yeah.
So we're losing those valuable, vital public services when an agency is unable to spend that funding.
Jesse, did you have a question for Tim?
Yeah. So this is the first I've heard about folks applying for funding for CDBG money would then be ineligible for the ARPA money that we just put an RFP out for. And so
Consider
can we-
duplicative assistance. If you are receiving CDBG funding for the same activities, you cannot get ARPA funding because it's duplicative. That same regulation applied to CARES funding, our CV funding. We had to be very careful about not serving the same people with the same funding sources for the same services.
And for the,
Correct.
So if an organization ran 2 different programs, and one was through CDBG and one through ARPA, that's fine.
Correct,
Okay.
yes,
We're
but
all-
it would very clearly have to be 2 totally independent programs with different activities so that there was no duplicative activities going on at all.
because we're very late in a meeting that most people are probably asleep for, but I have a feeling that many of us will be referring people to this timestamp in the YouTube video of this meeting. Could you just kind of concisely explain what we're talking about here with the duplicative, so folks who are looking to apply for these things we're putting out just understand?
Okay. So for any agency that is currently receiving CDBG funding, let's use a specific example. So if Athens Land Trust is providing housing and financial counseling services with CDBG funding, they could not then apply for ARPA funding to complete housing and financial counseling program services because that is the same exact program that they're already receiving and operating with federal funding, another federal funding source. So in order to receive extra federal funding, it has to be for totally different activities than what they are currently providing. Which is why with the youth application, we were thinking early on, it would be really wonderful to help them flesh that program out because we knew that there were going to be some youth enrichment ARPA funds available. We knew that there was a lot larger pot of that money, and we figured it sounds like a really good program, so we would like to help them look to get that funding.
And so when we see the same organizations' names appearing multiple times here, and then they may also apply for something under the ARPA bucket, that's because what they're applying for in each of these sections or for ARPA are distinct programs with distinct clientele.
We hope so.
Okay.
And that's limited to the fiscal year. So the CDBG award this coming fiscal year, and then after, in the next fiscal year, if they were to go for ARPA, there wouldn't be a conflict. It's just within the same award period.
Correct.
Okay. And fiscal year begins July 1st and runs through July 1st of the following year, as opposed
Through
to
June
calendar
30th.
year?
Yes, it's July 1st through June 30th. And the youth enrichment funding that's available right now for summer programs, they're actually waiting to evaluate or to make recommendations until the vote for this occurs, so that they ensure that there's no funding or awarded to an agency if they're already getting our funding.
And when do the applications for CDBG money open up again for the next fiscal year?
We will do another release in October of this year. The funding, the applications will be due in November, and then we will do the same process again. The Vision Committee will get their apps in December, and then in January we'll meet with them, and then that following year we will present.
Can I offer a clarifying point, maybe? So you have a couple of different ARPA programs moving towards implementation, the youth
I'm sorry,
development-
Andrew,
I'm sorry.
just because I
Sure.
really think that this whole
Sure.
discussion is really so that people will watch this thing.
You have a couple of different ARPA initiatives moving on different timelines. You've got the housing and you've got homelessness, but specifically, I think the one that's got the lead right now is youth development, with the idea that you would put some money into a project this summer. If we identify a double dip, so to speak, where somebody says, look, I qualified for, whatever, let's go with the land trust just hypothetically. We needed 90,000, we were awarded 20,000. If they were able to apply to ARPA and get a higher award, I think what we could offer is, as long as they haven't expended funds and we're on that timeline, we could cancel the contract and reallocate those funds somewhere else in this project. So they would be provided with a choice. Where this will become especially important would be next year's that one, cycle, being sure to say, look, if you are targeting homeless funds or housing funds or whatever, you need to be very clear which proposals you want to go with ARPA, which proposals you want to go this way, because there's going to be a hard non-mixing element. So,
and have all the people who are being, has everyone on this list been informed of this, or is there a way that we can make sure that they are, so that that's something that's understood moving forward?
For the youth enrichment, any agency that showed interest or expressed interest in the youth enrichment ARPA funding were absolutely made aware of the potential conflict.
Okay. So
Now, what we did do is not discourage them from going ahead and applying. We absolutely encouraged them to apply for the ARP funding, even if they were awaiting to determine or to find out if they were going to receive and be awarded CDBG.
So if we end up with the same programs on a different list for ARP funding, and those contracts then, they elect to cancel the contract with CDBG, are we going to end up having to vote again on remaining funds that are kicked back into the
What is
CDBG
normally
bucket?
done is the ones that you have already voted on, the money is simply allocated to those awarded, so that you don't have to go back through that voting process, which would absolutely stall a contract, which we want to start on July 1st. So if we aren't able to just reallocate the money to the already awarded projects, then we'd have to go back through the voting process.
So fun.
I haven't talked at all this about this. I mean, come on. And I'm hoping that I can actually cut this down. So the videos from both meetings that the Vision Committee did,
Yes.
Analyzing all of these things, are on YouTube. So all of us can go and watch these. Members of the community watch these. You can see people ask the exact questions that you're asking about funding, prioritizing. I've watched one of the meetings, and you can get exactly what Melinda's telling us for reasons why they were not funded or highly prioritized. I sat on the Vision Committee for 3 years. I went through this 3 times, and it is it's a lot for the vision committee members to take on because you're getting a lot. I mean, I was cleaning out my house. I still have my binders.
That
giant,
big thick.
I still have I have to get rid of them. Yeah, I got to recycle those. But giant binders going through all this stuff. And definitely, as you stated, a lot of times I would go through and I'd rank them based off of my information I have in front of me. Maybe some questions I would throw back by email. But then when you actually sat in the room together and you asked the questions, then you get more clarification around how effective this organization is being, what their funding has looked like, how they're, you get all the background information that then kind of did make you change your direction somewhat. So I say all of that like, I'd hope that if we're going to dig into very specific ones, that it'd be probably even more worthwhile to go and fast forward to that part of the video, watch the 10-minute deliberation about it. I think that would inform more than us sitting here tonight going over every single thing.
Thanks for that.
And also, very much appreciate what the folks on the Vision Committee have done. And they're informed, but of course also HCD staff kind of is very informed also. So.
And we did provide not just the applications, we did provide past performance documentation with the applications so that they could see for active agencies. And the one thing that we did actively make clear is that if the answer wasn't in the application, we didn't provide it because we did not want to skew any decisions of a Vision Committee member based on any information that we may have inside knowledge that would have made it uneven for people who have not had CDBG funding in the past. So we tried to make it as equal a competition as we possibly could.
And one comment I will say, I was happy to see that the matching funds were lowered down to 25%.
Yeah.
Back down to a level that they used to be in the past.
We didn't think you'd argue with that.
I knew you would, and I would love to see it remain there because I do feel like these grants are some of the most accessible grants that we offer to organizations that are trying to get out there and do good work. So.
Well, we certainly can, visit resubmitting that part of the challenge grant to the mayor and commission. It would have to be a voted approval to reduce it because you did vote to create it at 50%, but that is certainly something we're open to.
Yeah, we talked a lot about capacity building in terms of organizational strengths, but honestly, the best way to build someone's capacity is like just give them material resources to do the things they need. So I really appreciate as well that y'all lowered the matching funds.
Carol, did you still follow up?
This is just, so we vote on this in whatever month is coming up.
May 3rd.
And then we're gonna vote on the ARPA, the ARPA youth development then on.
We'll go behind that. It'll be after you'll vote on CDBG May 3rd. The ARPA recommendations will come to you after that. I'm not quite sure when that's on the agenda.
It'd be the same agenda.
It is?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
That's what we're shooting for. Go ahead, Andrew. What do you think?
We'll double check that. We'll get
I
the
don't-
birthday.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't think they were evaluating them before, or making recommendations before May 3rd.
They're due back on the 22nd. That's the intent.
And summer's like right after that.
Right. Well, and that was obviously the process we outlined at the outset was to go ahead and release those funds in advance of the summer break.
We're going to do our best to meet that.
Yeah.
All right.
So our agenda setting meeting yours is the 19th. We will publish the notice for public hearing and comment period on April 20th. You will vote on May 3rd. We will initiate contracting. Now, here's the caveat. HUD has not released the FY23 funding awards yet. So until we know for sure how much money we have to work with, we are working on estimates. So they have given us an extended submission date of our annual action plan as a result of their delay, but we will do our best to initiate contracting in the May to June timeframe and then have that funding available as we usually do by July 1st. And then our annual action plan will be due at HUD in July this year instead of May.
And over
Thank you so
15
much.
years, I've seen that actual number move in both directions. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. So.
Thanks for sticking around so late.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, everybody, thank you for playing. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. All right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved?
Yeah.
Well-
Do we need it? Did we, well, we already motioned to adjourn the special
No,
call
no,
session.
it's okay.
Yeah, we
I
just
should've
leave.
Judd was just asking for a motion to adjourn. Judd, do you want to see some of the
Just in
process?
case.
Never can hurt.
Let's do it just in case.
Well, we didn't make a motion to initiate.
Blaine, does he have something?
Blaine,
Well,
do you-
I just want to be clear, and we need to clarify what the point of conflict is between duplicative, because it could be that it is the people being served as opposed to programmatic, but we need to look at that.
Yeah, I'm looking.
And we will work with the attorney's office to give y'all, and we will transmit this,
Right.
so just want to clarify that.
Thank you.
So on process, Judd, do you still want us to adjourn?
Yeah. All in favor?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay,
I'm gonna vote no.
All
all right. Clearly the lights are going out.
in favor?
Way to take it over, Mayor Pro Tem.